But for those who weren't here last time or didn't watch the recap, or not recap, what am I trying to think of? The video that Megan Lovely uploads to her channel, Duradon will, I say Duradon, Jared will be getting a solo session sometime soon for those who would like to join. We are still figuring out the date. Just because we had a bunch of people that were going to be gone last Sunday, even though we were both free and it would have been perfect. I wanted as many people to have the chance to be here, including myself, because I actually did end up having planned Sunday night, which worked out great. So just keep an eye on that. When Jared and I find time, we'll post it in general, as we always do for solo sessions. But we will have a few necessary in the future. Sometime soon, perhaps another Mave update. We could potentially do that in the same solo session if we want to be a little bit longer. Do a two-parter, one part Dirdon, one part Mave. Have Jared go psycho, and just see how long it takes till he gets schizophrenia from doing this too long. But yeah, we got plans, and I cannot share them because the haters. All right. So let's get to it as I scroll up in my notes. This is gonna be really bad. Yep. So last time on whatever the hell this is, the party split into two separate groups. We're gonna call this Team Sub and Team Dub. Team Sub was currently underneath the ocean waves in a not yellow submarine because of copyright reasons. We're gonna call it Banana, or you know what? Fuck it, we'll make it green. I legit didn't think of a color, but someone made a joke about it, so now it's been on my mind. Beige submarine. In which we had a little bit of a Paradise Peak standoff. Ooh, no, unripe banana is bad. The figures known as Evelyn Gray, Layla Salir, we had Carter Binstrom, and we had Belle Estelle. 3 sponsors. Big old swingers in which you saw some massive massive abilities, capabilities, modifiers, damage rolls, and a whole bunch of things come out in a matter of seconds. The peaceful negotiations / talks that Mammoth and Reese were hired to do to ensure that Evelyn Gray wouldn't go crazy psycho mode and potentially go on a rampage, destroying the island or hurting anybody in the process, didn't plan out in any way that was hoped for. As Lorna Dane Newman, the Lady of the Hour, aka Lady of Chaos, came in with premeditated plans to make everyone's days a little bit shittier. And that was dropping a whole bunch of lore about people, pissing people off, and intentionally aggravating them. All for the reason of which you found out this session was just to make them peeved so that Kira Dumbala, using one of her very special features that allows her to transform into a dragon that is technically far above her current level, I'm not going to fully spill the beans on her, but she gets to add her level plus half of her level for the special ability. That allows her to turn into a higher CR of dragon, in which case she turned to a young time dragon with a little edited ability of mine, which has a miniature time stop spell. What did they use this extraordinarily overpowered ability for? To take essentially screenshots, pictures, if you will, of all of the sponsors in angry poses attempting to reach out and stop Lorna Newman and capture Evelyn Gray, and make them into an encode thought spell, which Jared immediately picked up on, to essentially save for later as visual proof of a deed well done. The pettiest and most over-the-top way of getting the actual quote-unquote mission complete, but nevertheless, Luckily, Ghibli didn't hit a sponsor, but she did hit a massive gorilla in Time Stop, which couldn't physically kill any of you. It did wallop you, but luckily it didn't have enough damage to actually get anyone to 0. So, with some last minute decisions and some last encode thoughts, getting everyone's little pictures taken, you all left the scene. In the same way that you entered, Lorne Newman pulled you out of there, and with Evelyn Gray in tow, brought you onto the Colossal Sky Swimmer, in which you had the conversation where you found out that mission was a last-second addition. You weren't supposed to be technically doing this because it wasn't in your agreement, but she did say she was very thankful for you being there, because otherwise the hits that both Duradon resisted/dodged, and Kipley helped redirect, even if it was only slightly,
Or
ended
not
up
at all.
being useful. That's why I said slightly. Gotta give you a little credit. Um, you technically did bend the spell. It was just a little, like, an inch to the right instead of fully to the right. You know,
Yeah. Okay.
the camera angle and like comedic Deadpool timing would pan to it going like an inch to the right.
Thanks.
But in our world, you know,
Yeah.
you can have the harsh reality of failure looming on your shoulders. But anyways, you got a little bit of information that somebody paid her to escort Evelyn Gray safely out of here, to any location, in which she kept mentioning a place called Durrell. Something that which you guys couldn't quite remember because I think you failed your history checks, or at least it wasn't a familiar place to either of you. Lorna Dane briefly gave you a description, or with piecing it together from Evelyn Gray and her, that it was a island that is very far away from Paradise Peak. It is also where the two first originally met. And it is, more importantly, for an out-of-game perspective, 'cause players is fine knowing this, but as PCs, woo, history checks and researching is still out there, Durrell is outside of all Brotherhood, all Paradise Peak and the Common Guards, and essentially any humanoid influence. It is essentially the tropical paradise of this world that has no governing body on it, and is not, you know, Orabunda or some wild people live here, but we have no laws kind of deal. But anyway, you had a brief conversation with that. Evelyn parted ways, and the mission to do what you were actually there to do started. As the Colossal Sky Swimmer, far away from Paradise Peak, 3 days travel to be exact, began approaching the Dweller. Meanwhile, we had a whole bunch of fuckery going on in Paradise Peak shores. Mustang, our poor Smoky boy, who has gotten nothing going his way, except for the fact that maybe he has a potential friend/ally, maybe not, was fighting both his inner demons, learning a whole lot about himself, going through his memories, having an acid trip, and also not knowing what is real and what is fake, as Amos Veridin, sitting outside of the Golden Cutlass, had clearly been playing mind games with him the entire time, as your memory could not physically recall what was real and what was simply him making you see things. We did learn, however, the whole flesh to stone bit didn't happen. Or it did in your mind, but at least you think it didn't happen in real life because you are still Smokey. The end of this encounter, luckily turned your way. As you woke up on the floor, passed out, you don't know how long you were passed out, nor what was real or not. The only thing you did know was real was, while you were going through all those different visions, you beat the shit out of your friends. And by friends, I mean X in the form of Matic, as he had a fiery handprint on his shoulder. He had not dodged the fireball beforehand, and while the Revenant was doing Revenant things and was slightly hurt, you did the best thing you could ever do and was not deeply apologize or try to make excuse for it. You just healed him and walked away as you were so low HP. And the Revenant was still doing great because all that damage that you did to it really didn't happen. So it was still doing healthy, essentially fighting two people who couldn't actually hurt it that well. But in the end, through some acrobatic stunts, both successful and failed on our newly revealed pun, our new roguish monk, dashing from ceiling to ceiling, putting off some pretty good damage actually, and doing some cool stuff with Blessing of the Raven Queen Shadowkai ability, which is fucking awesome. Shout out to my boy Shadowkai. You aren't
Heck
loved
yeah.
as much as you should be. You ended up defeating the Revenant. Not after it had done a whole lot to you. Mustang on his last legs, Maddox severely wounded, not quite single digits. But considering his total health pool, which I won't fully reveal, but I will say it does have free numbers to it, was very close to being in single digits. And overall, everyone had to burn a shit ton of resources and lower themselves a lot more in HP. You did end up killing it, in which it didn't seem bothered. It said it will be back. You don't know when, you don't know how, but every waking second of your life will never be safe again until you die. And with those final words, it poofed out of existence. You did absolutely pull a little Toji moment by just blasting a hole through its body with big iron. So it was a cool ending. It's just not a permanent one, unfortunately. Meanwhile, Amos was posted up outside the building as you walked out of it, completely not giving a fuck about this. The whole reason I didn't roll initiative for him, as said last time, was you got the strong impression that in your current state and seeming with the knowledge that you are alone, he did not perceive you as a threat, nor anyone else in the nearby area as a threat. And going off of the end of said encounter, when he was walking away from you, you got an even bigger impression that Amos has the ability and knowledge going through your memories and receiving all the information that he did to, at any time of his choosing, as long as he kills you, to the best of your knowledge, he will gain the spark's power, or at least a semblance of it. Why he didn't do it right away, who knows? But you will now have this hovering in your head, guessing as to why. But also guessing as to why is you have chain collectors after you, as 7 men and women ran up to you and began approaching you rapidly right after this fight, in which you would most definitely have died. Luckily, however, you are a bloomin' beacon in the form of a smoke signal. You don't have a message portrayed in there besides "Help! I am on fire," and the building is burning. Pretty big beacon to the guards within the town. However, the first one that arrived on the scene was the already pre-bloodied Captain Eingard, who I will actually, I may end up sharing his stat sheet after this, depending on how it goes. Or you know what? I'll save it at a later date. That's better. But luckily, the chain collectors, not all of them were awakened, and not all of them were that big of threats. And boy, let me tell you, Captain Eingard, as you know him, is just a really old, pissed off Goliath man who was sick of the Six's annoyances within town / slight crimes, and just your general presence, as Kipley and Durdon did fight within the guild hall. And the captain, if the captain fucking eats Elsha's secrets, no. But the captain, we got a little bit of a flashback, not really a flashback, but more of an explanation as to why Duradon respected him. And that is because, not just because he's an authority figure, or a partial potential parental slash guidance figure. No, it is because this man is a ex-adventurer and vassal, and also because he's the head of the Common Guard, normally overlooked because he doesn't get to do a whole lot of fighting, mainly paperwork these days, used to be part of an extraordinarily powerful adventuring team. And that showed in which there were 7 people. And guess what? Captain Eingard, in one turn, can do up to 13 attacks.
What?
So those 7 bodies dropped real quick.
Oh my gosh.
However, hold on.
That's almost 2 attacks for every person there.
That's
He's
13?
handing it out. Handing it the fuck out. He said, I bring enough for the class.
like gods don't make that many.
Feel sorry for blowing smoke in his face.
Man, now I'm gonna have to go watch the video from last time because I do not remember this being discussed.
No. It was not discussed. He just kicked ass and then passed out.
I think I was so bewildered by the fact because I thought he had taken Reese and Mammoth down to the turd submarine, and then I didn't realize he was with you guys all of a sudden.
Okay,
Yeah,
sorry, I'm back. Just had questioning about taking the doggo for a walk tomorrow. But where did I let? Where?
13 attacks.
Oh yeah. Yeah, no. When Jared was talking with me a long time ago in a galaxy very far away, he mentioned a love for fighters and how they're very overlooked and how they can make really powerful people. So in short, I made a really powerful person. Although, however, right after he did all this, with unknown, like no explanation, no context, refusing to elaborate, he fell on the floor, not unconscious as far as you can tell. He just lied down very abruptly because he did come into this bleeding, and the scuffle did happen technically in one turn, so you don't know if he suffered any damage or not. But he outside taking either a little nap or quote unquote old man resting his eyes. Either way, Mustang feels somewhat safe for now. You also got a kind of eye in the sky slash insight to the Ravens, or at least one of the Ravens communicating with New, giving you updates and information on both people coming in, the bounties on people's heads, which is fun, and a whole bunch of other things. So you at least got some reasoning behind what the fuck that is. Also, you haven't had a chance to talk with him yet. Hopefully we get to that tonight. We probably will. Because Mustang's very confused. But the group as a whole ended up living that encounter. Team Dub across the ocean did a whole lot when they went on their little solo escapade. One thing is the Colossal Skyswimmer pulled up on a flying dweller. It is the smallest technical dweller out there, as is the private estate of the oh my god, whoa. Flashback, not Zealostatia. Excuse me. It's the private estate of the Renels. Yeah, I know. The Renel family isn't exactly a lot of people, and it isn't meant for carrying large or excess amounts of trade or fruit or anything like that. It is just a private estate. So, you pulled up, had a cool reveal moment, and then immediately were met with violence as the colossal sky swimmer got its shit rocked by arcane cannons, in which Duradon kind of recognized because you heard the testing a few years ago in the slumbering thicket, when a bunch of artificers were creating island-wide defense systems for if anything like Mimic Island ever did pull up, or anything of similar threat. But in short, they do a lot of damage. And all of you, including Lauren Day Newman, hooked each other together through the cloaks that you're wearing, and ended up flinging yourselves parachute style into the stained glass. I love adding this little detail into the stained glass replica of Percival Rennell on the side of the ship, as you slammed for his midsection and ended up breaking into the actual ship itself. Lorna Dane pulled out the pocket Aldwin, aka walking armor in a bag, and went on her way. You guys went on your way. You had one job that you were assigned to do, and that is to break the anti-magic generator. You don't know how far it extended or if it went for all of the ship, but you did know this was stopping a whole lot of people from getting to the vault, and also stopping a very powerful wizard from casting spells that would make it a whole lot easier to get into a vault, / deal with the guards, / deal with anything threat related that would be within the ship. You did pretty good. In hindsight, better choices could have been made, but you did pretty good with the information that you were given. The rolls were great. Duradon throwing 2 daggers and breaking a tripwire was awesome. As you got, I think, literally just what you needed to get with one of the rolls, which is awesome. And then we had a fight scene where it was hilarious. Duradon has sword issues in the fact that you are technically using a legendary weapon, and I wasn't going to deny you of that fact. However, this is still technically an anti-magic field, so I want to put some sort of limitations / problems with it. And the biggest one is your main use of Herma is to change him and apply properties in whatever way you want for his magic. Properties part is on your side, but the shifting of a weapon is on his. So he was stuck in a longsword form, which isn't his ideal state. You can't Great Weapon Master without setting up first. So we had a funny fight scene of you fighting a few thugs, all of which were just CR6 creatures, very weak compared to your actual level. But since it was just you and Kipley couldn't really do much, it was a fight of Kipley and a crowbar trying to break through a sealed lock, and Duradon versus 3 German wizards. Why do we want German wizards? I don't know. Why do we get them? I don't know, but it was funny. You ended up murking one, who was a bit of an asshole. You let one of his friends go, which was a surprising moment for Duradon, as he wanted none of the smoke. Man had asthma in the way that he fucking ran away from it. And the the caster, of which you didn't exactly have the most time to search for her body for any explanation, because she threw out a window after you almost killed her, was able to cast spells within the ship despite the anti-magic barrier being up, which also led you to worry about what else would have that ability / how the contraptions / constructs that were walking around like little sentinels were able to function within the barrier as well. Clearly something was allowing them to do so. You just haven't figured out what it is. But eventually, you ended up winning, and most importantly, the little Kipley that could rolled a 19 on her strength check and opened up the globe-like exterior, revealing inside the anti-magic field device. Now, you have many ways of which you can break said device. D&D allows the entire arsenal. However, Megan chose, in one word, chaos. as you jumped into an electrical field
I don't know.
that's
if
meant to
this-
disturb mana, animus, whatever you want to call it, and you got burnt. Luckily, you didn't. You passed the con save, and didn't end up getting burnt fully, but you still took a lot of damage as you dented the machine from jumping inside of it and stopped the field as you immediately felt your magical items return, your magical abilities and powers return, and at the same time, off in the distance, you heard a chain explosion of what you presumed to be fireballs, and if you were close enough, maniacal laughing of a British wizard. This was your cue. As the ship began to rock, and the colossal sky swimmer was full on fighting for its life while also biting slash burrowing into a dweller's defenses, was causing a lot of distractions for the would-be guards slash sentinels to actually fight you. The majority of the deck, majority of the interior of the ship was cleared because of this distraction, as they were all rushing above deck to try and help kill this thing slash protect the flying machine that they're on. Either way, you ended up joining back up Florida, Newman, and Aldwin, as she looked like she was having too much fun, and Aldwin was carrying one of the destroyed construct's body. As you began making your way to the actual vault room itself, following her, you ended up entering in a subchamber just before the vault door, where you saw two big, bad motherfuckers, which brought up a lot of questions. At least in some of you, potentially. A lot of people just went ooh and ah at the end. But these fuckers, similar to one of our current party members, you watched as these strange red and silvered armored figures had no weapons within their hands, however, produced a crimson-like liquid from their gauntlet that dripped out onto the floor and then seemingly crystallized into about a 15-foot vermilion whip. Why? How? Potentially ouch? Who knows? But that's what we're here to find out for. So, all that to say, roll me initiative. You're about to die. No.
Yay!
All of that to say, I actually will ask you to. As we start off tonight's session, we are going to be starting off on the ship. We're going to be hopping back and forth, most likely. Duradon and Kipley. Lorraine, Newman, and Aldwin technically did go in first. In no part of last session did I say that you all went in together, guns blazing. So, essentially what I will ask you of is this. Would you like to help in this encounter? Or would you like to watch? Obviously, if you ask in character, Lorraine will have many words, or potentially just a few words to describe of what she would like from you. But as you two are pulling up after the fact that they have gone in, what is your current approach to the situation?
Oh man,
Get a little bit more intense music.
I think so. We would be at this far door at the back, correct?
Oh, for sure.
Okay.
Yeah, popping in right here.
I think Kipley would like skid to a stop at the door, kind of peek inside. I think she'd probably look at Duradon and be like, "It's going to shrug a bit."
It's bad.
Yeah. Do you think we should wait a minute? You know, I feel like we don't want to overstep our boundaries or overshadow, right?
Duradon, do you look inside?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, Duradon looks inside.
You see You see these two large figures. This is the first time that Durdon sees it. You see the whips,
Mhm.
and you see these large figures, which, by the way, they appear to be humanoid. You don't know if they are humans or if they are actual like humanoid creatures within these suits of armor, or if they are suits of armor, or constructs, or whatever. But the thing that you do immediately see is, um, go ahead and make me a perception check because you do have a high passive, but this is more like looking for finer details. The DC is going to be low because you do have your I can see cleared in detail up to a mile away. But also battle's about to happen.
Dang,
Shit get
alright,
crazy.
so that's it's only going to be a 11.
11. Oof. Do you not have advantage on this?
I don't think so. No, I don't think I have
Crazy
advantage
shit.
on.
I don't know why. I thought you did.
No,
Oh,
I just
never
have
mind.
observant.
That's Vel, different character.
Yeah.
Hey man. They're honestly showing similarities at this point. The cool. You don't. That's unfortunate. You see these like massive red whips of like semi-crystalline blood. You don't see it in high detail as they are already moving out to strike Lorendane and Aldwin. Um, but you do see these guys. They look big. They look tough. You think they're Lorendane and Aldwin should be able to handle them. You think? You're not sure. Maybe? Question mark. Who knows? You don't got a whole lot of judgment right now because things are moving very fast and also very large figures and spells are currently being prepared / thrown out.
Hell yeah. Quick question. Hold on. Before we get here, would a 15 be enough to pass the check?
Yes.
Okay, cool. I have the talisman. I think I have like one more charge for.
I think you do because you used
skill
2 of them
checks.
last time.
Yeah, for skill check, you do
Yeah.
have one more.
Yeah,
Sure.
cool.
Go for it.
So, it could be a 4. It could be a 4.
It could be a 4,
let's
could be
pray.
a 1, could be a 4!
It's a 4.
What's
That's
funny,
like
Kipley
easy.
wasn't going to mention it because she didn't really feel like this was important.
As that thought is going through Kipley's head, Kipley, you just feel like a little tug, a little eldritch pull towards Durdon as your talisman kicks in, and Durdon kind of squints his eyes into the room. And Durdon,
Mhm.
here's the thing. 2 things that immediately come to mind. 1, anger. You have never seen in all of your life, because Hemocraft is not necessarily as hated or despised / rare in this world as it is in others. It is still not a common practice, as there is a lot of sacrifice, self-harm, and the power that you gain from it isn't equal to what a lot of people normally like to try and research and or move towards in their multi-classing and or just normal leveling up adventures. However, you are well aware there's not many people who can manipulate blood, as you fought a lot of people over your 9 years as a vassal. Also, before that, in your own personal experience when you were fighting people, and around your own people who have similar abilities and or powers to yourself. The crystalline form of these whips, you know it's not crystalline carbonate. You know it's not the same Bashala gene that allows you to manipulate the blood within yourself and others. At least you hold on to like a 99% chance it isn't. The anger that builds within you from this is you see these 2 figures that are using this. They themselves, again, larger, built, and look like they are capable of physical violence to a high degree. You see the way that they are doing this is almost very similar to the way you wield weapons. in the fact that as the two whips reach out to make the first two melee attacks, because combat is already going, the stop two pause means that a round will go by. As the two whips lash out and these creatures walk forward, you see there is no technique within this. It is a brutal and basic swing at a base level. And you don't know if it is meant to copy you or to copy the abilities of your people and your tribe. But that thought does just linger on you for a moment. Because of how... It's one of those things where it's like, it has to be a coincidence, right? It has to be. Because otherwise, ooh, what the fuck? That's so random. That and more of your own personal feelings is going through your head as you notice two attacks, which I'm going to go ahead and make while you can think on / talk about your feelings of Kibli or yourself. Ooh, great start. Hell yeah. Cool. So you watch as these two large creatures step forward, both of them, not moving into melee all the way, but getting just close enough within ass-beating distance. I think that's one more. They have more than enough. You see as both of them start immediately ignoring Aldwin, just going for Lorna Day Newman. And you didn't roll high enough to get any more insight on the perception check. But PCs can take their guesses as to why. As she will cast shield, and it does block both of the attacks. But you can see as the two whips slam against the arcane shield, they just kind of begin to wrap around her. And it looks like they kind of pull them back, and it just makes this ripping and tearing noise as arcane matter is destroyed. As the first attack rips away the shield. And you see Lorna Dane, almost like in a Looney Tunes Bugs Bunny way, look back towards the entrance, and you just see, not panic, but just like a confused what the fuck face, as two more attacks are going to be coming her way. Oh my god! That's a 13 and a 12! And you know what? Just like Bugs Bunny, the two attacks that would have done a lot of damage go right by her. As she turns, her body just moves slightly out of the way of what they are aiming for, and two whips careen past her and impact into the side of the wall. And you see where they impact, little crystals begin to sprout out of. Now, what are you two doing, if anything? You got Psychic Connection up. You got your own little bits and pieces of whatever you want to do. You can sit this out. You could help out. It's up to you. You could reach out. There's a lot of outs. There's a lot of outs.
As they were running, Doradon would have been talking to Horma, and most importantly, he'd be trying to shift Horma to his preferred kind of like weapon. Is he able to have shifted, or is it like Horma still...
What do you put him into?
The modified
Greatsword?
Yeah, the greatsword. Yeah.
Gotcha. As you're kind of having that moment of worrying about Herma impotence, he does shift back into the large greatsword. Seemingly no issues. And you would know just off of Kipley alone, because the goggles weren't functioning when you previously entered the ship. Looking at these two creatures, you can see the armor itself that they're wearing is magical, and the gauntlet itself has a separate enchantment. So you do know, at least for now, your items are working.
Oh, shit. Duradon's gonna mouth to Kipley. Or not mouth, telepathically to Kipley is gonna say.
It'd be so much better if you had a telepathic bond, but you mouthed it. I'm sorry.
I'm gonna go punch those things in the face. I'm gonna go kill those.
Whoa, really? You know, she
You don't,
she
you
looks
don't
like she's
see
got
me
it.
simulating.
To-
No, this is personal. You can stay here if you want to. I'm gonna go kill those.
Why, similarities to what?
Just gonna run in.
Yeah, he's gonna kind of like dragging like a
You love
fucking
self-cut-off.
a fucking Soul's boss is gonna drag the metal
The
scrape.
greatsword in. Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. You see, as Aldwin is rushing in to go for a tackle on one of these things, you dragging Herma on the floor does cause a large scraping sound, as he's still crystal carbonated. So you
Yes.
can still hear the sound of the crystals grinding on the tile, and more importantly, grinding through them. So this large greatsword just slowly making its way for the tiles, and you see the two heads kind of turn towards your direction. And I'm gonna go ahead and make me an intimidation check. This will determine whether or not he gets advantage on this attempt to grapple.
Okay. Intimidation. That's only going to be
17 or higher. 13. Okay.
13. Yeah.
Okay, so it's an 18 on his end. These guys, they are beefy. They are strong. More importantly, they are not proficient. This is just raw strength mod. He is grappled. Hell yeah. So you just watch. Even you don't know if it helps or not, or if it is just coincidence. But the one on the right, which I forgot to add colors to these. Whoops. The red one turns its head and looks at you for a second, and Aldwin takes the opportunity and just grabs onto the torso, and you can hear metal stampeding into the tile floor, just cracking and breaking it apart as he runs, and very much like a linebacker, just continues to run with him, pushing him back. Movement speed is 50, halved is 25. So he's just going to push him back 25 feet, pulling him away from whip range from Lorna Dane, but also giving you room to get added to initiative. Please go ahead and roll for me. Kipley, go ahead and roll as well, and you can just drag your token right here onto the map, just so that I can actually add it to the order, but you don't have to be in the room. A boop, a boop. Lovely, lovely, lovely. What are we looking like? Not great.
Fuck all.
Nice. 21.16. I'm deleting that 0.16 because that will genuinely annoy me. There you go, 21. No one else rolled that high. You're good for once. Hell yeah. And funny enough, Souls Boss, you get to go first. So at the top of the order, Duradon, what would you like to do?
So I did what I do best, and saw a rage.
Hey, brother. How many of those you got left?
This is the last one.
Last one?
This is
Gotcha.
the last rage that I have.
Worth it.
Before I start going into exhaustion. And because of the fact that I raged, I get to move up to half my speed, which is right in front of this fucker right here. Yeah.
Yeah. Love that ability.
We're gonna do what we do best. We're gonna go ahead and Great Weapon Master this thing. We're going to Reckless Attack, and we're going to pray.
We're gonna pray.
Yeah.
Hey, living
We're
on
gonna pray
prayers.
that at least one of these are crit. You know, we're just gonna hope. Like that. We're gonna hope like exactly
Oh my
like
god.
that.
Oh my
Dark
gosh.
Souls boss Duradon walks into the room. Rage is just seeping through you, and again, you have no way of confirming what you fear and or are just building within your mental plotline within your head. You do just get that genuine moment of, oh, you want to play Hemocraft? And with the crystalline carminated blade running up to this thing, that little bit of extra anger. First hit crit. Go ahead and roll damage.
Gang, you know what we're gonna do on
Holy.
this? We're gonna do a short, fucking violence or whatever it's called.
I don't
for
remember the
damage.
name. I know the feature.
In the malice burst. Oh fuck. Okay, hold on. God, that's.
Please wait 10 minutes as math is done.
Yeah, I'm so sorry. That's
Barbarian.
7, 14. Okay, yeah. 10 plus 10, that's 24. Plus 2, that's 26. So anything lower than 26, I believe, is 26. That is going to be.
Ooh, 16, 22, 27. Isn't that right? 20. 3 plus 4. Yeah, 27 points of damage.
Yep, 27. All right, cool.
I like when I question basic math.
No, I had to pull the calculator out. That's for the first one. Second attack.
Nice.
I'm gonna, again pray for another crit out here.
No. You get one.
No.
Everyone gets their one.
No. That
11.
is an
Evan
11.
missing.
Yeah.
But you do get your bonus action attack. Oh, you rage. Excuse me.
No. Yep. So that is Duradun's turn.
Lovely. Seeing you run in front of her, you get a little mental thank you from Lorna Dane. Oh, good. I thought you would never join. And you you hear duck. And luckily, these creatures are tall enough that Fireball doesn't need to worry about hitting you / spacing issues. So you watch as she just claps her hands together, and this little red ray ends up putting a mote of fiery red arcane energy right in between both of these guys. It is centered slightly on the wall because Aldwin is tall enough to get hit. So is just barely hitting red, but majority of it is on blue. This is going to be a 5th level fireball. I don't want to burn too much too quick. That is 2 dexterity saving throws for my boys. We are not very dexterous out here. That is blue, fail, red pass. Very nice. However, that is still going to be a lot of damage. 10d6 fire damage. Not too bad overall. 36 points to blue. And we have half of that as solid 18 to red. And then Lornadane is going to back the fuck up. Let's see, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30 is going to get her right there. And yeah, creature's turn. Creature will choose violence right back at Duradon. The one that hit you, or that you hit, kind of just looks down, takes the whip, and is going to one hand use its first attack to attempt a shoving maneuver. It's going to attempt a shove. So go ahead and please make me a strength check with advantage because you are raging.
Strength or athletics?
This is right. It is athletics as well. So go ahead and make me an athletics check. So that wouldn't be a 7. That would be proficiency bonus. Oh, sorry, it's only +3. So there's only a 16. You have to roll astronomically low. You're good. So the first one, it grabs your shoulder and just attempts to push you. But like the thing from, like that moment from Smallsville where random NPC number 1 tries to push Superman, you don't move. You just stay there. And it looks down at you confused as you are so much smaller than it. And then it's just going to attempt to whack you in the face with a whip. This is 17 to hit.
Does not hit because magic is back.
Because magic is back up. You have your shield up. So the whip goes and would hit you, but you just raise the shield And +2 shield, Sugar Mama's Iris. It just bounces off, completely ineffective. Red is going to go ahead. It is grappled by Aldwin at the moment, so it is going to go ahead and just make 2 attacks on him. Can't really do much else. That is a 15 and a 12. Here's a funny thing. Both the attacks hit. However, Aldwin, as you have personally experienced in the past, Duradon, can only take a certain type of damage. So you watch as the whip pierces into him, and the creature cocks its head like a puppy, confused, and you just hear maniacal Aussie laughter from the other side of the room as he continues to just push it into the side of the wall. In which it is Aldwin's turn. He's going to do exactly that, as that is 5, 10, 15, 20. Slams it up against the vault itself, and you just hear a large metallic thud. And Aldwin is just going to go ahead and, first off, Aussie Headbutt. We're going to go ahead and whackety-dappity. Natural 20. Let's go.
Let's go.
Hell yeah. It's not going to do that much, but your boy does love to see that. That is plus... It is plus 5. That's right. He's going to go ahead. 33 points of damage.
God.
Does the same as a 5th level fireball. We love you. As he just takes his head, and because he's grappling this creature, he forces it not into like a full prone condition, but he lowers it just enough that the helmet is on eye level with his own, and just slams the 2 metallic helms together. Aldwin is a suit of armor, so he can't really take any repercussions from this. The other creature does. And second attack, he's going to go ahead and just make another melee fist attack, which hits. That is going to be 3d6 plus 5, 16 points of damage as he just clocks it in the jaw once more, ending his turn. Kipley, if you would like to do anything, you can. As you sit outside the room watching violence approach.
I don't like how you said that.
Hey, Kipley seemed against fighting at first. I want to give you the option to sit and be pretty as Duradon enacts violence. Up to you. Well, with that side discussed, what would you like to do?
Kipley comes into the room and like just shoulders sagging. She just like walks over to Lorna Dane. She's like, "You realize I'm useless here, right?" And she just like flings Eldritch Blasts at this guy over here, like just completely carelessly.
Go for it.
Yeah.
17 hits.
15.
Ooh.
Nice.
You realize I'm useless, right? Gets max damage. Hell yeah. 15 points of damage. Go ahead, roll second blast.
Oh.
Natural 1.
Yep.
Duradon, go make me a dex save.
That sounds about right.
Well, she
Dexterity
did get a
saving throw.
crit.
Hey, you didn't get a crit. It just was a crit fail. Cool. You're looking to beat a 10. An Eldritch Blast goes an inch from your nose and just slams into the wall. But the first one does slam into this creature's chest for 15 points of force damage. Bonus action? Anything?
She just kind of moves around to her and just kind of like crouches down, just looks up at her. That's it. That's it. She's just like, yeah.
Just doing the Slavic squat.
What are we doing here?
Gotcha. Lorna, by the way, in response, she goes, you're a warlock. Shoot it. that is useful.
I just
Anything
did.
helps. And that brings us to Duradon. Man of the hour.
Duradon is going to try to play off of Kipley nearly hitting him by kind of like feigning a bit to the side as if he got hit for like a dirty fighting maneuver of just like a surprise uppercut with the sword.
Go for it.
And
Little
he's,
feinty action.
Yeah.
Is
That
this normal attack or
same
reckless?
versus. This is reckless.
Oh, did you
because
make your
now
previous attack reckless or no?
Yes, I did. So he would have had advantage. Go
Cool.
ahead and.
No, we'll run it from this turn. It's all good.
Hey, my bad.
I just forgot to ask.
Gonna with advantage. There's going to be.
Oh, buddy.
No.
Money.
Cool.
Yeah, go for it.
All right. Second attack.
That hits.
Cool. That's going to be
12, 14,
26.
26 points of damage. Wow, you really hitting around the 26, 27 mark. God dang. Alrighty.
And then bonus action, same as the last because of the special property. And we're going to.
Everyone hits.
Hell yeah. What's that roll? That is 26 again.
20s, brother. Oh, goddamn. You said we go ahead an average of 26, and Durdon said bet. Alright. 26, goddamn. Not too fucking shabby. Hell yeah. Is that your turn?
That is indeed.
Cool. On that last hit, you watch as the creature. At this point, you can now see with that little special property of the blade doing a not full swing of it, but just enough of a slash to pierce for the armor. You can see this is what appears to be kind of like a not full plate armor, but kind of like a half plate with a helm on. And you do pierce into the side, and you see blood comes gushing out. And it is a dark crimson, which leads you to believe there is some kind of humanoid within here. However, as a reaction, you watch as it begins to leave its body and sink outwards. The crimson matter, the blood itself, begins to squirm its way, almost like having a consciousness of its own towards you. And you watch as it sits at your feet, and in a burst of what, again, looks eerily familiar to you, of crystalline-like formations begins to shoot up your legs. Can you go ahead and make me a strength saving throw, please? 20. Oh, so close. Can you take the 14 instead? Not kidding. You do feel as these crystals begin to lock up your body. You feel if you were any weaker, you would be restrained by these. However, you do just break out of them because you are a strong motherfucker. And that is end of your turn. Lornadane. Looking for an endless spell list. There's so much. The problem with running high-level wizards. Do you know what is actually better here? Let's use a 5th level, so let's go down 1 to 4. She is gonna go ahead and cast at a 4th level. Cause how hurt does Duradon look?
On a scale of 1 to 12, he's looking like a 78.
Fuck you. Okay. She's gonna turn and smile towards Kipley and go, "You are useful, and I can make you more useful." And she just grabs your shoulder.
Ow.
And you feel a little squeeze, a little grip, and you watch as the kind of like a shimmer of arcane energy just covers your form for a moment, and you look down, and you are no longer there. She's gonna go ahead and cast Greater Invisibility on you. Seeing that Durdon and Alwyn have just kind of neutralized both threats by being a physical barrier between them, she's good. So she's gonna walk back to the doorway. She's not gonna leave. She's gonna stay inside the doorway. But that's her turn. Creature's turn. With advantage. Gonna go ahead and choose a whole lot of violence. Show me the power. As a 19 hit Dirdon. As a 25 hit Dirdon. Here is where the fun begins. So, what is the total number of magical items that you are currently attuned to?
2, I believe.
2. Just attunement.
Yes.
Doesn't count anything else besides that.
Yeah, because I think it's the motherfucker. I should have done it on the crit. Never mind. But the
Like,
fucking
Hunter's
armor,
Cloak?
the
Yeah.
the left, fucking forgot about that property.
Hey,
Yeah,
man.
it is what it is. Life happens.
All right. Cool. So you're only attuned to 2 items.
Yeah, I'm only 2. Horma and
That
the
helps you
leather.
greatly here. This is gonna be. Oops, excuse me. Wrong damage die. Cool. So you watch as the whip hits you and impacts you for the first hit. You feel in the connection of both Perma and the cloak a slight pierce, almost like when you have a sewing needle randomly in the pocket of a jacket you forgot about, in your hand and in kind of like your chest where the cloak wraps around your pecs. You can just feel this sharp pain. First off, that is not okay. That is an interesting damage roll. Physically impossible damage roll, but a damage roll nonetheless. That's better. 27 points of damage are taken. This is straight piercing damage. Second off, I need you to go ahead and make me Constitution saving throws. 2 Constitution saving throws, please. You know, that's a good question, Ryan. I feel like that hit way more for a select group of people, including myself, because I end up sewing a lot because I have a lot of rips and things. So that came to my mind. Not everyone's.
Constitution, that is
7
7 for the first
Cool,
one.
cool, cool.
Yeah.
for a second. Natural 20.
20.
Cool.
Yep.
What item appears first in your attunement slot?
What's the name? Horma.
Herma? Cool. You are
Yeah.
unattuned to Herma. As you feel the kind of voice and sensation in your head of just another being existing there, because he's not talking a whole lot. You watch as the blade, I'm sorry, reverts back to a longsword. And you
Okay.
feel the physical presence of Herma leave your mind as he returns to just being a regular sword for now. However, second attack did hit, second damage roll.
Does that
God
mean
damn
Antares returns?
If he does, he doesn't immediately come in yapping, but you would assume so. 29 points of piercing damage for the second hit. And I need you to go ahead and make me another Constitution saving throw. Eight. You are
Yeah.
unattuned from the Hunter's Cloak. As the
Okay.
blood crystallizes over your form, encrusting your hand, encrusting a large portion of your chest and kind of upper shoulders, you watch as they shatter. And as they shatter, you both lose the connection with Herma, and you watch as the Hunter's Cloak, which I believe, let me see, I think it also gives you a +1 to AC, right?
Yeah, it
On
gives
top
a
of
plus
the
one
extra,
AC.
yeah. You just you feel the protective enchantment disappear, and just it's still on you, doesn't go flying off your body. But you just feel the disenchantment occur, and the property in which you can use to deal more damage. You feel the availability of that gone as well.
This was like an attack it made.
This is just with its normal 2 attacks.
Okay.
These creatures are built by very smart people, and I will tell you because, in case you haven't already guessed, we'll discuss it afterwards. Just because I want to get to this as
I
quickly as
mean,
possible.
you can discuss it now if you want.
Oh no! Spoil the fun. Is the other one in the back is going to take 2 attacks on Aldwin. There's going to be a 28 and a 26, both hit. Here's the fun thing: Aldwin, it's not attuned to any items, because he is armor. So he's going to go ahead and just take the normal 21 and 14. God damn, 21 and 14 points. Also, Aldwin instead takes 0 damage because he is immune to any weapon piercing, slashing, or bludgeoning attacks as long as it comes from weapon attacks. So you watch as the whip pierces through his armor, pulls back out, and Aldwin is just still standing there. It does get to make an intelligence check, though. Same as everyone else, to try and figure out his ability. 21, it immediately figures out his ability. Love that. Awesome. Cool. Aldwin's turn. Aldwin, welcome to Violence Town. This is going to be population U. 17, 19, both hit. That is just going to be 2 back-to-back. 16, 12, 28 points of damage to this one in the back. Wonderful. He's just going to fucking sit there because he's doing his job. Kipley, greater invisibility. You can still cast spells and make attacks without dropping it. Your advantage, on all spell rolls or physical rolls that you would normally have. What do you want to do?
Oh man. Okay. She'll do what she does best. She's gonna throw Eldritch Blast at this guy.
Go for it. With advantage.
Fuck. First
Roll one more
one.
time. 18 to hit, hits. 7 points of force damage. Lovely.
And
Second
then
attack?
That was her second attack.
You have advantage, Kipley,
What?
because you're
Why?
invisible.
Oh.
Greater invisibility. Any creatures that does not have blind sight, in which if these creatures do have it, you're out of their vision. You get to make with advantage on them. Go ahead and roll one more time just in case you get a crit. The second attack.
Hoppa.
27. Okay. I'm assuming you want to take that 15.
Yeah.
You already rolled it. So we're going to take that. So in total, we're looking at a nice little 23 points of damage. Very nice.
And then.
Do you want to move anywhere?
Yeah. 15,
Wherever you like to go.
25, 30, right there.
Slowly making your way downtown. Gotcha. Hell yeah. Is that in your turn?
Yeah.
Dordon.
So I lose attunement from Horma. But the amazing thing is that I don't use a lot of Horma's properties anyway. Horma, for the most part, is a magical sword, other than shifting. Shifting is the primary one.
Keep in mind, you
so
don't gain any benefits from the sword as well. That includes the bonus to hit and attack modifiers.
Oh, that is perfectly fine.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah, luckily crystalline carbonate affects the majority of the effect of the sword. Dordon has learned that tools shan't be the reliance. Cool. So we're going to using the longsword version with the crystalline carbonate without the magical bonuses. We're going to go ahead and advantage reckless with this.
I think it's just
We're gonna pray for a crit.
I think it's -3 to whatever this is, on top of whatever bonuses you have for Great Weapon Master.
-2, because it was only a +2.
Right, you get the bonus afterwards. That's right. My apologies.
Yeah.
-2, good.
And
Reckless.
I already subtracted the 2 from this.
Okay,
I
gotcha.
took the magic 2 bonus. That is only going to be a 12 for the first one.
Buddies.
Second attack.
Oh,
buddies. They got 8.
Oh,
and
they took his gusto. That's not very demure. Go for it. First attack.
I know I don't have a third attack because it changed the weapon.
Yep. I apologize. It's not very cutesy, not very demure, not very nonchalant. Oh my god. Awesome. Are you staying there, moving at all?
He's staying here.
Cool. Lorna Dane's turn. Now. How hurt does Duradon look again? And is he bloodied, more importantly?
Technically now he is. On the dot of bloody. Yeah.
On the dot of bloodied. What do we have to help you? She's already concentrating on a spell.
I might just be bad at math.
Could be.
Yeah, no.
And no way of
He is
confirming that.
Not on the dot.
I have no way of confirming that. How nice does she want to be? That's the question here. How nice does she want to be?
Is it a question of niceness, or is it a question of survivability?
She's gonna survive. She's fine. She's fine. Alden's gonna. It's a matter of time before Alden cleans this up. It's just how much does she want to be useful and be helpful?
I knew it! We should have stayed in the hallway.
That's why I said you guys could help if you wanted to.
Bitch!
You said you want to wait and watch. They would just eventually, within a minute or so, kill him. Well, who knows? Because one of the creatures did fear Aldwin, so they might be able to kill him. Let's see. Duradon. Go ahead and roll me. Actually, you know what? Fuck it. Brian.
Yes.
Go ahead and roll me a d6. On a 1 to 3, she's helpful. On a 4 to 6, she does Lorna Dane things. Damn it. 5, 10, 15. She is gonna go ahead. It's 4th level. Beepity boppity beepity boo. My oh my. She is gonna cure you. 21 points of healing to Duradon.
Wow.
Expanded spells with a bloom student. And then she's going to stay right fucking there. She doesn't want to take an attack of opportunity because this guy is fucking scary to her. Big guys. We're gonna do red first because I want to see if he can actually hit the Aldwin now that he knows what the fuck is up. This is without using the whip, so this is just going to be his normal unarmed strike damage. That's a miss. That's a hit. Aldwin takes 8 points of damage. I love when I design characters like this. It's stupid. The blue one, because you did do reckless, is going to make 2 more attacks against you.
Okay.
With advantage, it's 23 and a 19, both of which hit.
Okay.
Now, here is the fun thing. Because you are technically unattuned at the moment, it doesn't get the extra damage. So instead of 48, that's only 2, so that's only going to be 21. God damn, those really good rolls. 21 plus 12. So that is 33 points of damage. And you don't have any other magical items that you're attuned to.
Nope.
And it doesn't have... You didn't hit it last turn. So does it have anything that it can do? So it is Aldwin doing an Aldwin classic. Choose Valencio. As a 19 and 12, 19 hits. That's going to be 17 points of damage. Kipling. That's you.
Blast.
Blast. With advantage.
Fusha.
You gotta remember.
Advantage.
There you go. 23. It hits.
Okay. This time I've got it
6. Okay.
set.
Fortunato.
Oh, he didn't do it. All right, hold on.
She will crit.
Holy
Well,
shit.
no, the fuck she won't. 22 does still hit.
Okay.
Nice. I like how you just keep it in like a high roll, low roll, high, low roll. 15, 6.
Consistency.
15, 7. Hey, that's how average damage works. There's 21 points of damage. That's on blue
Blue.
still? Okay, I assume so, but blue is looking hurt. Blue is looking hurt. Uridon, unless you have anything else you want to do. Any
5,
movement,
10, 15,
movement.
20, 25. Right
It's
there.
just slow. I guess just gonna say, you slowly make your way to your vault. Nope, we going
Can't
back.
give it away.
Uridon, that's you.
Now, GM, the whip.
Mm-hmm.
Does it look like it is attached to them, or does it look like a physical item that they've
It looks like
carbonated?
it is coming out of their gauntlet. You can physically see
Gotcha.
because now that you are this closer, and because it is a huge creature, it is so much bigger than you that you can see the palm of the gauntlet when it opens it up. There is what looks like to be kind of like a circular hole cut in the center of it, and you don't see a palm, but you do see a coalescence of this kind of just swirling crimson energy, and you see the whip is protruding out from that source. So it doesn't look like it's a physical thing. Yeah, like Omega Red.
So, how
W reference.
much damage would you say I need to cut its arm off?
We ask questions here, I say. It would be a matter of I'm gonna say if you want to cut its arm off, you're going to have to hit over its AC by 2, and you're going to have to deal within 1 turn at least 45 points of damage. So you have to hit a 19 or above and deal 45 points of damage in this round if you're going to cut it off. Because you're trying to...
Cool.
It's going to protect it once it realizes what it's doing, so it's going to be slightly harder to hit, plus damage threshold to cut it. But you can try, if that's what you're targeting.
And that's all I needed. I needed a you can try. And
That's all I needed. Go
and the
for it.
Dice Gods will provide, this is, hopefully they'll provide.
Hopefully.
So,
Haven't treated you
the
kindly
first
in the last
one-
2 rounds.
yeah. The
Rec
first one's
plays
going to be Reckless. Yes, that's
Okay.
21.
21 hits.
Let's get it.
I love how this is Clarent Doom.
Yeah. That is 24 points of damage.
24 points of damage. Roger.
Cool. Second attack. That is going to be.
Fortunately, it does hit.
unfortunately.
It does hit, but is not 2 above. So it's still damage done, but
Okay.
going towards the
That is
arm,
alright.
not as much.
Yeah.
7, 19. Okay. All right. So we are currently at. Okay. I'm going to cut that 19 to just 10 because you
Okay.
didn't meet the threshold. It's going to be just a scrape on the arm, mainly hitting the chest. So we're at 34 damage right now.
It's true. And that
11 or
is
more?
all that.
Any bonus
That's
action?
all you can do.
Okay.
He can't. Yeah. Nope.
Hey, I'm used to asking. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to rub in your face.
No,
But
you're fine.
at the end of your turn, can you please make me 2 Constitution saving throws?
Okay. First one, not an advantage. These don't get an advantage.
21.
That is a
Okay.
21. And
7.
a 7.
Cool. You feel so here's what happens, 'cause I'm a dick. You hear, oh, it's so good to be back, Duradon. I have to warn you. It's just kind of like a slurping sound, and then you hear, oh, thank God. Oh, the pitch darkness of being unattuned. As for a brief moment, Antreus leaks in and is immediately replaced with Herma as you are reattuned. The Hunter's Cloak is not going to be reattuned to this turn.
Yeah.
But you did hear Atreus say that line. That is the end of your turn. Newman. She helped you once. That's all you're getting. She's not that nice. She has better uses for her spell slots, like Fireball. So she's gonna Fireball. This one's just gonna be at a nice little 3rd level here. It's going to be a regular ball. It is only going to hit blue. That is 27 points. We suck at deck saves. Well, you definitely suck at deck saves. 27 points of damage. Cool. Blue. Let's see. I have to do math real quick. Yup. Blue. So here's the fuck thing, Jared. If you did, when I said I was gonna be a little bit of an asshole, in my mind I couldn't accept anything lower to cut off a limb, but also they barely had any hit points left. They had 49 hit points in total. So he dead. I'm sorry. He incinerates. The top half is gone. If you did hit damage threshold, he probably would have died anyway, but it would have been fun because he cut off the hand anyway. That is one down. Lorendane is going to move back into the vault room main door. That is her turn. Vaulty boy up here is going to go ahead. Still grappled. It's just going to continue his punching match because he really can't do anything else. There's a 24 and a 22. Aldwin takes 16 points of damage. Aldwin looking a whittle hardy. Aldwin on his turn is going to continue to punch back. 23 and 15. First one hits. That's going to be... Nope, not 3d6 plus 6. 3d6 plus 5. That's just 20 points of damage. Red is looking on dire straits as well. Kipley, that is you.
25. Boom, boom. 1, 2.
Boom, boom. 18 hits.
Oops.
Okay.
And
8
last
points
one.
of force with first.
Ugh.
All right, 1 hits. Is that your turn?
Yeah.
Gotcha. Dura to the dawn. Red, extremely hurt. On his last legs. Looking like it's going pretty well. What do you want to do? I didn't skip one, right? No, I didn't. Okay, cool.
Fuck, my bad. Does with Horma back, does he revert back to what he was before I lost it to him, or does he stay as a longest?
That'd be nice. He goes back. He goes back to the greatsword.
We love it. We love to see it. Great call, small, smart call. I love it. I'm just going to proceed to try to beat the shit.
Roll your dice, man.
Great call, smart call.
Roll your dice, Raging Man. Oh.
Alright, get my magic back. This one is not spirit
It's
attached.
made me an old man. I've aged 70 years.
Alright, that's gonna be a
Rest in the hip. Goddamn. Yeah. That definitely hits 23.
It was really the two fucking alright, cool, Claire.
It was. It didn't like you being a not great sword. Cool.
That is 30 points of damage.
How would you like to do this? How you want to do this?
So
You
here's
just
the
walk
thing.
up.
I'm going to ask to do something a bit different here. And it's a bit
Sure.
unorthodox. But
I'd like to heal him 30 points. Okay. What do you want to do?
as Duradon walks up to or runs up to this individual, rushes up to him, using the kind of corpse of this individual as a springboard, he is going to, as this thing whips out, they're beating the shit out of each other. Duradon is going to hook the blade, his weapon, around, catching the end of the whip, and try to maneuver and kind of wrap it around the neck of this creature. And
no.
he is going to pull tightly. And as the individual kind of opens up its chest area, he's going to look towards Kipley and just yell telepathically to her to fire. And I'm going to try to pass like a tag team kill
Tag
off
team
to
combo
Kipley.
to Eldritch Blast in the
Yeah.
head.
Nice.
Yeah, and see how
Cool.
she does it.
Kipley,
But
make me an attack roll of advantage.
Oh man. Uh,
20. Cool. If you missed, I was so ready to go. I was so ready to go a different direction. 20. Eldritch Blast, Shimahamahawa, unless you got a special way you want to kill it, Kipley, it's just going to blow his head off.
yeah, that sounds good.
All right, that sounds good. Very good. It's nice and blue. His head goes flying off as it bursts like a pumpkin. And the body drops to the floor, dead. I'm gonna move them over here because that annoys me. Cool. Drops dead. Successful encounter. You didn't have to do it, but hey, you did it. As Lornadane walks in, you see she just walks up to the vault, looks at the both of you, which, by the way, keynote, she doesn't drop concentration on it immediately, Kipley, but she does look at you. As she looks towards both of you and just kind of meets your eyes and smiles. Well done, good job, wonderful. I'm flattered that you came to help. It wasn't requested, but I'm flattered. Altman had that, and I was back up, but great job. And she just kind of walks up and pats you on the shoulder, but not like a friendly thing. Pats you as like a thing, like just like a good job, bud. Barely touching your shoulder, then walking back to the vault. And she goes and takes a look at, excuse me, and goes, Kipley, could you help me with this?
No.
It was not a yes or no question. It's can you come over here and help me with this?
Okay. She walks over. I don't do this type of thing.
Well, now you do. Congratulations. You're going to get something new on your resume. I just need you to cast at the same time a Dispel Magic. I assume, if you want to call it your fancy version, I know you can. So if you could just... There's multiple effects on the door. I just need to target a specific one. And I want you to see if you can target the rest.
How do you know I can do this?
Why did you say no at first? Questions are in the air. Now please do it. She smiles. And she turns and begins casting. Are you... Cool. Go ahead and roll me an investigation check. Duradon. Kipley, are you going to cast Dispel Magic?
Yeah, she will.
Cool. Go ahead and roll me with just your spellcasting modifiers. So just click on your charisma. +5.
Ooh.
9. You
Yep.
want to keep it, or you want to use inspiration?
I'll use my inspiration. Man, oh my god.
And 10.
Every time I use
Buddies.
this fucking spell.
I don't think you've used it that many times in the past either. It's been
Because it's failed
been
every single time.
Low. You're using inspiration. Go ahead, Jared. If you also roll like a 10, that'd be great. 20. Okay. He cracks the vault now. We'll get to that in a second, Jared. Cool. So you see hers goes through. She cast it at a high enough level. Yours, unfortunately, you cast the spell. Now, you do see physically as you are looking at this vault because of your goggles. The vault is kind of like a blinding light for you because there is 7 different spells cast on this. Now you see 2 of them go away when you cast the spell magic. However, you see you fail to remove any others. Meanwhile, you see Lordane casts it and removes only one specific effect. And just turns back and looks at you. And looks back at the vault.
Kipling like looks at her like, yeah, I know. This fucking happens every time.
You need to work on that.
Yeah, I wish I could.
Aldwin. You see Aldwin. All right, moving in. Walk out. Move out of the way, please. Thank you. And just walks to the side, and he grabs onto the vault and just grinding slowly. You just hear a metallic twist and a pop, and it opens. Go ahead and make me an intelligence check, Kipley. Just to see if you can piece together any of that. 14. Okay. You imagine for a moment you're confused of like, oh my god, if you open that up right now, is it going to explode or something? Because I failed to get the spells off. This was another test. You imagine this was another test. The spell that she removed, well, you can't specifically read spells. You can just tell what's magic or not. You imagine that one was dangerous, and the rest are probably reinforcement spells, like Abjuration protecting the actual vault door, mixed with a few potential other things that you were unaware of that aren't as important, and she just wanted to see if you could do it. But nonetheless, it's just constant tests. I know. As the door opens, and you all begin to step inside the vault, we are going to take a break, 5-minute break, and then we're going to go pop back in to south side of Paradise Peak where everything's going to shit.
Sounds good.
Can I pause the music? No, it will just kick you because we don't need battle music anymore. Be gone, fuck. All right, I'll be back in 5 minutes. to Jared because it's fun to talk about people when they're dead. The mini boss that you just killed, they're called Arbiters. I'm not going to tell you everything about them, obviously, but I will explain the move that they did. When they hit you with a whip attack, these creatures are designed to kill both magic users and adventurers who rely on magical items. Their normal base damage is 2d8, and they add a number of d8s per magic item that you are attuned to. That's just baseline, like, normal shit. The unattunement ability is that you have to make a Constitution saving throw, and it was a DC of 17. If you fail, you lose concentration for 1d4 rounds on that item. Luckily, I rolled 2 for both of them, for both the Hunter's Cloak and Herma, that came back at the same time. But you have to, obviously, it's not automatically, you have to make a con save again, otherwise you're going to keep being unattuned. But essentially, the problem with it was, you hit hard at first, like you did a lot of base damage, but then you kept missing in between, so I couldn't use any of the abilities that rely on reactions of taking damage. Because they had a whole lot of cool shit, like restraining the other creature, restraining a creature within 5 feet. That, excuse me. I think it's a damage threshold of 20 that I put. I have to look on the stat sheet. It's a damage threshold of 20. If you deal 20 points or more damage, they can restrain you, and you have to deal 20 points or more damage to the crystalline, crimson form. I don't remember my actual name of what it's called at the moment, but I will eventually tell you later. You have to break through the crystals that actually break through it, instead of using an action, which is really cool boss tech. But none of them worked, because by the time you did hit it, it was dead. So
That is neat. That's a neat little
That is
the
pretty
attunement stuff breaking. That's a neat little
yeah, because
Tactic.
people fucking. If it hit Lorna Dane, do you know how bad that would have been?
Oh god.
I'm not gonna tell you, but
No. I
she's
was ready for it,
she's attuned to quite a number of magical items,
including
more
our
than the
souls.
usual. I mean, if that could be counted as an item, I'm concerned. But sure.
I mean, you could put one in a jar, so you know.
Yeah.
You can put a lot of things in a jar. You can
Yeah.
technically put people in a jar.
Because
But
they're
hey,
items.
do
Yeah,
they
people
become
are
items?
objects.
Oh God. What's going on in Mammoth's head these days? Jesus. Let me put on. Let me get some different music in the background, then we'll get right to it. How everyone back? Everyone good?
I think so.
All right. I wanted to give you guys the opportunity to fight if you wanted to, because if you did just say like, no, we'll watch and wait, we would have skipped. Like, I would have given like a brief 5-minute description and then just moved on. Fucking Aldwin plus Lorna Dane. There's no physical way they could have lost that fight because she can out heal the damage that they do. Ah, my little metallic monster, how I love you so. All right. Pop this in.
Oh, boy.
That's how you know it's time to talk about Mustang, baby.
I feel like a
Yeehaw.
horse, like traumatically hearing the race bugle every time the Western
Oh.
music comes on now.
Hey.
Your blood pressure just shot up.
Welcome back.
Yes.
Hell yeah, brother. We go back to Paradise Peak. Mustang. I like how it really picks up. Mustang. We cut back to right after the Revenant has disappeared. We cut back to Captain Ironguard lying outside, currently not unresponsive. He just hasn't said anything. So he might be close. But the threat is currently gone for the moment. You can feel you're still feeling that kind of like feverish hot, but it is dying down. And Matic is now just kind of surveying the bar, and you see he'll actually walk outside and begin doing like a small patrol around to check for any more chain collectors. But in this moment, what would you like to do? And doubling down on that, New. What do you want to do more importantly? Because you have a whole bunch of conundrums to go through first.
Do you want me to go
As-
first?
Yes, absolutely. Yes, I need to know more about New.
Yes, 1,000 times yes.
Well, one thing's for sure: standing around in a burning building is not a good idea for him.
It is like a
So-
slow smolder. It's not rapidly burning down.
Oh, okay.
However, it was mainly the rafters was beginning to spread because that was what it was hit first.
Yeah.
Excuse me. But yeah, if you want to step out, you can. Just cycling through. But what would you like to do? Because you haven't gotten an update since everything broke out.
Besides being told to get out of there,
Mm-hmm.
because there was more people coming. Yeah.
But you did see Captain Eingard. You haven't gone outside yet, because Mustang was in the door where he saw. So
mhm.
you haven't technically seen what is outside yet. You just saw Captain Eingard walk outside, this large, beefy man, and then sounds stopped sounding. So you can make assumptions. You can
Right,
make a
right.
pretty good assumption.
Okay. Okay.
You just haven't actually seen anything yet for yourself.
Gotcha. So he'll just say Mustang strums.
Mustang, he's like, oh, brother. And then he turns around and he looks back at you.
Is there somewhere quiet and out of this fire that we can talk?
Yeah, you and me, I don't think we got anything to talk about, except maybe you giving me your name.
And you see a raven on cue flies down and perches on your shoulder and just begins to give you a beady kind of not 1,000-yard stare, not quite death stare, but it's a bird staring at you. You can get context for yourself.
Let's just move somewhere else and then we can talk. I will answer your questions then.
Buddy, I'll fry your fish in a second. I just, again, he kind of gestures over his shoulder to the prone Captain Eingard.
He's just starfished.
And he's going to walk over to Captain Eingard. I keep almost calling him Rowan.
Hey, you know his name.
We're not on a first name basis like that.
Whether you want to call him that or not, that's
No.
You can take a guess whether that's a good idea or not. But
We're not doing that. But we are walking over to him to investigate the status of the big burly man.
Sure. You walk outside and oh shit, I forgot. Hold on, let me.
I follow outside, but then he kind of goes around to the corner.
408. Gotcha. What are you doing there? Do you want to make a perception check? Are you
No,
hiding?
he's not gonna hide because he wants Mustang to see where he's at,
Mm-hmm.
but he's just gonna stand off over there and wait.
Cool. Apologies, I misplaced my Captain Eingard token. I have him. Just don't know where he is. But you walk over to Captain Eingard, and he is currently just lying down, eyes closed. You can see his forehead is kind of slightly covered in blood, and you can just see the armor that he has. Just from what you saw a mere 30 minutes ago, pristine and fine, has a whole bunch of new dents in it, and a few different slashes, and you see one kind of more fresh than the others, as there's a little bit of blood leaking out from it. Walk up, what do you say and or do?
Well, did you say his eyes were closed?
They're closed.
Okay, we're gonna try and get a read on whether this is unconscious closed or it's someone willingly closing their eyes.
Sure. How do you want to do that?
Poke him.
I mean, what am I allowed to do? Is it perception, investigation, medicine?
I mean,
All the
logically,
above?
you could try a whole bunch of things, but what would Mustang like to do?
I guess order of operations would start with perception.
Cool. I'm good. Perception is gonna be a pretty high roll for perception.
How's
If you're just trying
22?
to perceive, huh?
How's 22?
Okay. You do see his chest rise. I was gonna say, there's not much you can see to see if he's willingly closing his eyes or not. You see his chest rise. You know he's alive. You're gonna see more than that. You're looking at a person.
Well, just to be safe, he's gonna kind of squat down and place a very tentative 2 fingers on his wrist and cast Cure Wounds, just to be safe.
Okay. Level.
Just first. That's all we got left.
Sure. Go for it. Roll me some heals.
Oof.
Oh,
6
there you are,
points.
buddies. There you are. Okay, I'll put him there. Let me put a little. You walk up to him. You cast Cure Wounds. And you see she just rumbles and kind of mutters something to himself before he just kind of cracks one eye open and looks around and just sees all of the bodies lying around him. Just a soft smile greets his face before he looks up at you. What the fuck happened? Where's Doug?
Doug bit the dust, one could say. Became dust, even. He's upstairs.
Alright. Oh, he's he bit the but okay. I'm assuming Mina's body's upstairs. Alright. I don't know why I'm southern. God damn it, you did this to me. What's going on with my voice?
Now,
and,
Dom, hold
yeah.
up, pause. Just outside of game, I'm not sure if you told me this as like a player or as Mustang figuring it out, but I remember something being mentioned about Doug being under Amos's influence. And
You
so
have
that-
no idea. Not
Okay,
a singular
okay.
clue. You again, as a PC, he can take his best guess as to what happened, but there's no like actual physical or mental cues that you could recognize because you never met this man before, so you don't know if he's acting strange or not.
Okay, I will not use that privileged piece of information then. Continue, sorry.
Oh no, it's just sorting out my voice. It took me a second. All right. He's dead. Are you all right?
I've been better. I could definitely say that with confidence, but it looks like you could say the same as well. Any holes in them there eyelids?
He does have one eye cracked open. He kind of cracks open the other. I just ran like 4 miles. I'm not exactly in the best shape of my life, and I got into a few tussles along the way. So I would like it. You know, I should just rest in my eyes. It's fine. But I'm glad you're safe. And he kind of looks around the chain collector's bodies, and you see he kind of pushes one over, so it's face side up. And he just kind of looks at the crest. Well, they certainly didn't come in for the main port, otherwise they would have immediately gotten caught out as fakes. Fucking crest is on the wrong way, you dipshits.
So they're not real chain collectors, is what you're saying?
No, they're not real Flora Alliance members. Because they do have, when I described them coming in, they had roses on their chest. These were not openly chain collectors, at least not all of them. You do see there is one with a chain collector's mark openly showing on their neck, but otherwise all the others look completely like Flora Alliance members.
Well, then that brings me to my next question. Does the one with the chain collector mark on their neck, does that look accurate?
Yeah.
Okay. Just gotta mind my P's and Q's here.
Alright, we need to get you somewhere safe. And currently, I feel like only safe places here is probably the guild hall, or I mean, I don't know where else has really been compromised at the moment. The entire city is on a fucking rut. Excuse me. Who's your friend? And he kind of nods over to New sitting in the corner.
Not a friend. TBD on that one. He kind of helped, but I'm not so sure. I need to talk to him. He says he wants to talk somewhere private, and that big one over there. And he kind of points over at Matic. If we go to the guild hall, he better come with me.
And he looks, and you can see he does have, Matic does have a, not, see, he is made of armor. He doesn't have open armor showing the Flora Alliance crest, but he does have a crest in his breast pocket of his suit. As he kind of looks up at it. Alright, that's fine. As long as he's real. Fuck, give me a second here. I'm trying to catch up on events that's been happening. I assume these were the ones that attacked you. What? How you
Wrong
get...
again, my giant friend. It seems there was some kind of ghostly apparition other than myself with a burning vengeance, unlike any I've ever seen. And on top of that, I don't know if the name Amos rings a bell for you. He was there too, and he
Sheridan. Yeah,
Amos Sheridan. That's the motherfucker, and I have to say, because of him, these past I don't know 10 minutes have been the absolute worst 10 minutes of my life.
Right, man. Yeah, I'm sorry about that. Supposed to be protected by the guild, but clearly it didn't work out too much. We don't have a whole lot of vassals to spare. Everyone is losing their fucking shit, including myself. Cool, wonderful. He's not gonna be here much longer because I did. The threat was meaningless. I could not have currently beat him in my shape that I'm in right now. But I did phone in a friend, and they were on standby just in case. So we're all good. He shouldn't be here. At least he's not going to be going after you. I don't know if he's going to be leaving the island or not. It would be great if he did. But you know, can't force him myself. But anyway, we should really get moving. And you see he goes and stands up, but it's like the old man stand up where on the first try he just kind of sits up and just lets like a deep breath. And then a second later fully stands up, just kind of using the large greatsword on his back as kind of like a prop cane to kind of keep him up for a second before he readjusts, and you hear a large crack as he stretches. Alright, I think we should go to the guild hall. There's gonna be a collection of vassals there, as well as Flora Alliance members. And, we're just gonna be safest there. We can go see the doctor, get you patched up, get me patched up. I don't know how much they can do for him. And he nods towards, Matic. But let's go.
Uno momento, por favor. And he's gonna turn around.
Are you speaking Elvish?
Second language. I'm a polyglot, don't you know? And he's gonna put 2 fingers in his mouth and whistle a loud whistle at New to get his attention.
He looks your way, but he just stands there.
He's gonna beckon him over.
He'll look over to the raven that's sitting on his shoulders. What do you think?
Our lady hasn't given us word yet. I am unsure of what she wants of him, but we shouldn't let him out of our sights. Follow him for now.
Okay.
Find out as much as you can about that creature he was fighting. If they know anything. I'm curious.
He'll start walking over towards Mustang.
He'll kind of meet him about right here on the stairs so they're not so close to everybody. Try to respect his wishes just a little bit. I know you wanted to meet somewhere private, but private just ain't suiting me in mine right now, seeing as I just got jumped by everyone and their grandmother. So I'm gonna go to the guild hall. If you want to talk, you can come with me. And if you don't want to talk that bad, then I'm happy if we never see each other again.
We can talk along the way, but I am not going inside the guild hall.
Hold on, hold the door.
Holding.
Please hold. This fret is very important to us.
Okay, I fixed it. Sorry, guys.
Nice.
I missed what you said, Brian. It cut out to whatever
You're fine. You're
the
good.
5 ms or whatever
Just
that
repeat
means.
the 2 paragraphs of lore that she has missed.
Right?
Oh,
Oh,
man.
well. Oh well, you missed it. No, he'll just say, I'll follow you to the guild hall, but I am not going in. We can talk on the
Mustang.
way.
He kind of gives you a side eye at saying that you don't want to go in there, but he thinks for a second. He's like, "Yeah, I don't really want to go in the guild hall either." All right. What, you want to lag behind them, or?
Preferably.
Oh, as long as you don't get out of my sights. And Captain Eingard, who has not moved, can still hear you. I would prefer to be walking behind you there. You can walk in front, but threat assessment isn't really great when I can't see you. You see Matic comes over. I can stay in the front. It's fine. Although once we get to the guild hall, I have to return to my post. We can talk later. And when they say we can talk later, they kind of just turn away from you, Mustang.
Mustang physically droops, and you hear a loud sigh come from him. You know, dude, our conversation is looking quite appetizing right about now. Let's get to it. And he's gonna start walking.
You begin walking and talking. As you depart from the Golden Cutlass, luckily, it is snowing. It's not full blizzard, but it is snowing, so the fire isn't necessarily getting put out as it would in rain. But it is slightly slowed to how quickly the flames are spreading. And you can see as you were walking away from the scene, Flora Alliance guards and Common Guard mixed begin rushing towards it. Some carrying kind of buckets and pails of water. See other casters beginning to chant and summon basic first level create destroy water to make little rain pockets appear above it as they begin to put out the fires. But as you begin to walk and talk, what do you say?
So what was that back there in that room?
I'm honestly not quite sure. It seemed like some kind of vengeful spirit. You know, you'd think I'd be more familiar with such a thing, but not quite.
Do you know why it was after you?
No, sir. I could not count on my hands and my toes how many people that are probably that angry at me and also dead. So my guess is honestly as good as yours. Now, of course I might ask, why is that any of your business?
I was sent there for a reason. That reason does not need to be known at this moment. My queen had requested something from me.
And that's something that she required of you had to do with all that.
Yes. You see, there was a soul in that room that she required.
Uh-huh. And you see he tries to like page through all his memories of all his strange friends, and particularly Reese and her thing with souls, and to see if there's anything to guide him on this, but nothing comes to mind. And this soul, it's not my soul, right? It's kind of all I am.
And that concerns you, I guess.
Yeah.
Well, we will find out in due time.
Oh, what the fuck is that supposed to mean?
It means once I am told for sure which soul it was I was there to collect. As that revenant that was in there kind of threw me for a loop.
So, your queen, was it?
Yes.
She told you to walk into that shit show without knowing what you were really after?
Not necessarily. I was told what to collect. It's just up to me on when to collect.
So you do or don't know what soul you're after?
I do, but as I said, with that revenant in there, it changes things. I need to know what that revenant had to do with you and why it was after you.
I feel like there's something you're not quite telling me here. I feel like you're not being straight with me. And if we want to get this thing done, and maybe I could help you in one way or another, I need you to be straight with me.
We'll kind of look up to Desaad, the raven that's sitting on his shoulder.
Yeah.
And then in his head, should I
Nope.
even tell him the truth?
Nope. If you tell him, there's going to be conflict. And,
There's already
well,
conflict.
he's already fucked up. I don't think he's fucked up enough. Because he got two big friends with him right now, and we're in the middle of public. So settle down, Nu, and just keep him talking and try and get as much as you can out of him. There will always be more opportunities. Very careful about what words you use. Until we get a decision from our queen, we are simply to wait on her order.
Careful with my words. You do know who I am, correct? That is not one of my strong suits. I
Why
do not
you
like
saying
talking.
it? I know. It's normally my job. But we got to keep you on doing it, because if they find out that I can talk, and I'm the one that's trying to get you to collect the soul in the first place, we have problems. So, do your best. It's me, Harima. Hi. I'm in a different form. I'm a bird, motherfuckers. I'm a bird.
Haruma's busy.
Sorry, I was reading chat. I was
No, it's
busy,
fine.
baby girl.
Listen, Mustang. I will tell you this. Once I have all the answers, you will be the first one I tell it to. Right now, all I have is just mixed confusion.
Insight.
Oh.
Ooh.
Can I insight this?
Yeah, go for it.
All right.
Do we?
Brian, just roll me a straight charisma. Click on your charisma icon, and then message me whether you're doing deception or persuasion.
Okay.
I'm gonna use my inspiration.
What'd you get on the first roll?
A crit fail.
I'm
That was so great.
rolling, and then let me tell you what my bonus to that will be.
Mhm. Gotcha.
I rolled a 19.
Are you being truthful? Oh, as far what was specific to insight? Because I think you were going just past the "do I believe him." What specifically are you trying to gain from this?
Mustang feels like he's hiding something. That this confusion is an excuse to not tell him the whole truth.
For sure. That's more than implied, just based off of him not telling you everything to begin with. And insight checks are just fully lie detectors. However, because you can't find out something that you don't know, right?
I think it would be to insight if this confusion is genuine.
Sure. New, you can say that part. The mustache off of a mustache is great.
Wait, say what part?
Of whether the confusion's genuine or not.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mustang,
Yes.
he kind of just crosses his arms and I don't believe I caught your name.
My name is Nubaran Uso. I come from Gloomrot in the Shadowfell.
Ooh. Exotic.
Oh my
Can't
God.
say I've ever been there before.
Rot.
Salty.
I am Shadowkai.
To what?
Shadarkai. I said that wrong, didn't I?
No, I don't
It's
think Mustangs
Shadakai,
ever
dude.
met.
you hear decide in your head. It's Shadakai, dude.
Shadarkai.
Nope, got it wrong again. Close enough.
Right. Mustang kind of just nods along. So is it customary for you, Shadowkai, to shake hands? And he'll offer his hand for a handshake.
He'll hesitate, but then he'll shake it.
Shake it.
With not too firm of a grip. Not like a really firm grip. There's a grip.
The Mustang's grip is very firm. He's got a strong handshake, and he feels kind of your limp fish handshake. And he's like, ugh. Well, we can work on that. If you stick around, that is. I can't say I'm partial to one or the other, but,
Mustang.
Oh, okay, yep.
Go ahead, if you will. And just roll me a straight charisma check.
Okay. 22.
22. Okay. As you shake a very limp hand of Nubiran, you sense something horrid. Is in the same way your sixth sense told you to look out the window when there was danger coming. So you don't feel danger. You just feel ominous. And not like a creature is watching you. That would imply that it's something far away and distant. No, you feel like an ominous presence is sitting and or enveloping over New's form. Something deep, something old, something dark. And you do get, for the second time today, a chill down your proverbial spine. As you haven't felt many things like this in your life. You felt some in recent events, but not many. That's all.
Okay. Mustang, as he feels this feeling, he kind of cuts himself off, and he almost just like kind of throws New's hand away from him, and he narrows his eyes at him and just kind of scowls and is like, "Something ain't right with you, boy."
You see the raven just staring back at you intently.
He just kind of half grins, lets out a little laugh. Now, why would you say that?
I don't think I'll tell you, because my tolerance for edgy little shit has been used up today. So, if you'll excuse me, I have a guild hall to get to, where, if I am so fortunate, you will not follow me.
Oh, you don't have to worry about that. But
I love it.
should you need anything from me, I will let you know where I'm staying. As a sign of trust. If you want, that is.
Sure, let me know. Keep your friends close, right?
Something like that, yes. I'm staying, well, I guess he is a friend of mine. He has his own little shop here in town called Antiquities and Beyond. You can find me there.
Mustang's not even gonna say anything. He's just got his arms crossed.
My friend's name is Puck. If you see him, just ask for me. And then he'll turn around, disappear into the darkness.
It'll make me a stealth check. I gotta ask. 19, is that higher than your passive percent? Yep. He disappears into the darkness. It is a kind of thick enough snowstorm that, not full blizzard, but just enough that Mustang kind of blink for a second, and you see you are kind of at approaching an intersection, and New is just gone. Which way he went, unsure, but you just see the flapping of raven feathers going up into the... Oh, god damn it. It's just enough thickness. I did that to myself. You see the flapping of raven feathers kind of falling from a rapid descent as the bird goes up into the storm, disappearing as well. And you're just left alone in the convoy with Matic and Captain Eingard as they continue leading their way slowly, kind of trudging through the snow as they excuse me, you have to sneeze.
Bless you.
Thank you. As they begin to continue their way to the guild hall.
He's going to try and catch up with Matic for the rest of the walk.
I was gonna say, would you like to try and have any conversation?
Yes.
Please, 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 please.
See, maybe Mustang doesn't, but I do.
Hey, would you like to?
Yes.
You only got like 5-ish minutes until you reach the guild hall, so yeah, you got
That's
time.
all I need. So,
As you
how it was
approach,
described, he's in front and Eingar's in the back.
Captain Angard was walking behind the both of you, and Matic was walking in front, kind of just doing a little bit of surveying amongst the crowd.
Mustang, he's going to kind of trot up to Matic, and as he walks beside him, he waits to see what his reaction is before he opens his mouth.
He genuinely continues to walk at the same pace, if not a little bit faster, but says nothing. Doesn't look towards you, no eye contact, just looking forward off into the distance. Go ahead and make me an insight check. Or what's your passive? 14?
Passive insight?
Yeah. With a
14.
14, you can tell he is both doing a job of looking out for danger at the moment and overly trying to look like he is doing the job of looking out for danger for the moment as he sees you approach.
So Mustang, he kind of wastes about a minute of walking in silence before he awkwardly clears his non-existent throat, and looking at the ground, kind of twiddling his thumbs behind his back. I know that we have a lot to talk about, or maybe nothing at all. Totally up to you, but if you'd have me, I know that there's things I'd like to say.
He wastes a good 30 seconds in silence. Have something, say it.
He looks back over his shoulders at Einguard and back to Matic. So, sure.
I don't think the mic picked up my sigh. Ah.
No, yeah, there we go.
What is it?
Well, of course that I know that what I did was wrong, and that doesn't make it any better. But that in the time that I've spent running and meeting new all kinds of folk and meeting the group that I'm running with now, I think one of my greatest regrets is what I did to you, and I can only imagine how that made you feel. But again, none of that really matters, because what matters is what you want. And if you want me to air out how sorry I am and how so messed up and this is all my fault, yada yada yada, then I will gladly do so. But it feels stupid to just have an old broken man who breaks other people air out his grievances. It's all his own damn fault.
I've had plenty of time. Not fully to move on, but to think on what transpired. I will say at the very least, I was not expecting to find you here today. And I certainly was expecting the mixed signals of you scorching my shoulder off nearly. And also seeing you about on Paradise Peak after sending me a letter in the single worst way possible to contact me. So if you'd like to try and use that as an excuse of you at least tried or you at least attempted to reach out to me, I'm not really inclined to believe you. Whether it's a genuine apology or not. Well, I'm really at the point where you see kind of pause and just doesn't fully turn, but just a slight head swivel to look back towards Rowan and kind of look around one more time. It was years ago, Mustang. I'm not gonna hold a grudge. I'm not gonna hate you. Whether that's just how I'm fucking programmed or how you made me feel, I still want what's best for you, but I don't know where I want to be in that picture. And by... Yep. Apologies. My scrambled brain. I did just get burnt. Give me some slack here. Months ago. Apologies. I was also reading the word years on a different sheet of paper at the same time. That probably wasn't the best. My point still stands.
I think it's very fair. And I'll leave that decision to you, and I won't share my side in it as unless you want to hear it, of course. I feel that, again, since it was my fault, I can't really
We're in a
make
bit
excuses.
of a tense moment. Perhaps after a drink. Later.
Later when?
I'm get off my shift at 8.
Tonight?
Uh-huh. Unless you're busy.
No. No. I'm sure they'll patch me right up at the guild hall. I'm super free. I would say I would take you to the Golden Cutlass, but I just burned it down. I'll find somewhere else nice. I promise.
You really don't need to. It's fine. I'll meet you at the guild hall then.
Oh, okay.
Please try not to get into any other fights while I go find someone to patch my shoulder.
Best behavior, I swear. Scout's honor. And he holds up 3 fingers.
You get a slight ping of pain in your chest as the old Matic would have laughed at that, but he doesn't in this moment. Not even the slight crack of a smile. But he does nod, and as you arrive at the guild hall, you see he doesn't go in, but he just kind of sits at the entrance. Captain Eingard kind of walks past and nods and enters, kind of softly grabbing the corner of your coat and beginning to drag you towards the back of the guild hall. In which you see the guild hall is currently full of people. There is vassals everywhere. There is about 15 I say vassals, you just see people. It's hard to tell without, walking up and trying to see if they have a token on them. But you presume to be vassals, as they're not at quest boards, but you see they're gathering in large groups and just kind of talking amongst themselves. Go ahead and make me a perception check, if you will.
Oh, man. All right, let's go. He's super... Oh my god, natural 20. 27.
Cool. So you overhear... You don't overhear the entire conversation, but you do get bits and pieces from different groups. The general consensus of what you can gather is there is an emergency request, or there has been an emergency request put out, not through a benefactor, which is how normal quests work. Someone will pay for something, whether it is the actual council, Paradise Peak, a wealthy individual, a company, whatever it might be. You hear, as you're just kind of passing by amongst the mutters, that there has been an emergency call, all vassals available on deck to gather along the city's coastlines.
Oh no.
And prepare and wait for further orders, but to drop any quests B rated and below. In which, just off of the system, because even though you're not a vassal, it is common knowledge how the vassal system works. A and above S quests, S rated, is just like world ending, could take months, if not a year, to finish. So to say cancel that would mean like the world is ending. And A is anything between like securing the safety of important political figures, anything that is of just under like island level threats. So still important, but not at least not in this moment, not urgent enough to cancel. But being under is a lot. There's a large amount of people that you are aware is being prepared for something. You do hear that this is not directed by a person. This is council orders.
That implies it's unanimous.
That means that there is no one person that is behind this operation. That means that the sponsors themselves are involved.
Okay.
Wait. That came to... Mustang's not sponsored.
Mm-hmm.
No.
Yeah, it's not exactly hidden knowledge of how the sponsor system works, or how the vassal system works, excuse me.
He'd been around.
People who have lived on Paradise Peak or have been through it enough, even those who are outside of that and just lived in settlements, hear rumors and stories about the vassalship system and how alluring it is.
It's like a general kind of call out.
Yeah. I mean, Mustang doesn't know all the names of the sponsors or the reasoning behind any of it or anything like that, but just hearing the council has ordered the cancellation of all B-ranked quests and below that's like hearing a all public safety workers have been removed from their jobs temporarily, and
That.
National
Big
Grid
fucking
going off,
deal.
being pulled out, like
Get it.
common enough knowledge that someone of his profession would know. Anyway, as we hear as you're being pulled through the crowd, and Captain Eingard leads you back to where you previously once were as a prisoner, in handcuffs. Instead of going to the right, where there is there's the jail cells and the hold, you take a left and go down a short hallway to an open door that I don't think you personally have been
Nope.
down here. But you make your way inside, and you can see there is there's currently a woman at the desk who is brewing what looks like to be a cup of coffee. And as you come in, you just hear, without even turning around, this just deep sigh come from her as she slowly swills around in her chair, taking a sip, eyeing both the bloodied form of Captain Eingard and seeing your form of a smoky flicker. For fuck's sake. I am being overworked in my own home. Rowan, what is it? And he goes, lovely to see you too, Tess. We got into a bit of a scuffle. I'm gonna need some healing. As is this fine gentleman right here. Also, could you please let the lady upstairs know that her eyes on the guild hall would be appreciated. Right, sure, fine. That's not like I have a limited amount of spell slots per day that I've already used the majority of, and now I'm gonna have to be burning into my own reserves. No, it's fine. No, it's really great. And she looks at you and goes, how hurt are you feeling, kid? Scale 1 to 10, what's your pain?
I think I'd call it a good, and he kind of starts patting himself down. 9.8.
Well, I can't really tell because you're made of smoke, so I'm just gonna gamble here. You see, she just reaches into her desk and pulls out this small-looking orb, just kind of glass orb that she holds in her hand, and with the other hand places it on your shoulder, and is gonna go ahead and cast 2 cure wounds. One is going to be at a 3rd level. And she gets all of the lovely healing benefits there. So that's +5, +3, 8, +2. So we're going to be doing +24 for the first.
Nice.
First. Nice.
And for the second, it's just going to be a 2nd level. 19 for the second.
Pretty good.
And for Captain Rowan, well, we're just gonna pop 4th level. And a 5th level because he is bloodied. That becomes 13. There we go. Cool. So you see after a few moments. Oh yeah.
Power of the golden rune stick.
After a few seconds and pulsing of green light, you see a large amount of Captain Eingard's wounds and blood recedes back inside of him and is just closed up, as well as your smoky form gains a little bit more sustenance as you are slowly but surely brought up back. Not, I assume, quite to full, but pretty close.
You assume correctly.
And she looks back between the two of you. I really don't have anything else that I can spare right now, so unless you are going into battle and are on the brink of death, I prefer not to get any more exhausted than I already am. And she just kind of smiles. Right, now I think I'm tip-top shape. I'll be fine. Thanks, Tess. Appreciate it. Keep your ear to the door, though. You might have a few new patients coming in. And as soon as he says new patients, you see her face drop even more. Wonderful. And, when is my next vacation day? And you see Rowan kind of laughs and smiles and goes, yeah, when's mine? Then we can go together. And, workplace joke hit off. They both briefly smile, and he goes, all right, thanks again, Tess, and drags you out of the room and begins heading into the upper section of the guild hall, which you actually haven't been in yet. As you walk past the group, you can see most of them have already dispersed. There's a few remaining. They look like they're either waiting for something or quickly stocking up on items in the guild hall store. But as he kind of brings you past, you see... What is your passive perception?
17.
17? Cool. Go ahead. I forgot to roll for this earlier, please. I apologize. Let me see. 17, you say. Ooh. Okay. So, as you are walking up to the guild hall stairs, which is pretty close to the entrance, it's not directly next to it, but it is like 10 feet inside the building as it leads up to the second floor. As you approach kind of like the guild hall exit, you do see for a split second as Matic had their head kind of leaning in, but as soon as they see you coming, they turn back and face outward. That's all. As you are brought up to the second floor, which you can see is a library.
Sweet.
There is not a
Kindling.
single person in here. She's kindling.
Yeah.
Oh, I beg you to try. And as does Mustang think kindling, or is that an Ash meme?
No, that's Ash. I'm not on my Chimera Plus.
Okay. You would have gotten something funny out of it. You did. As you step into the library, and Captain Eingard kind of looks around briefly, you see he kind of calls out for a second and goes, Alice? Are you here somewhere? And the second that he says that, appearing not behind you, but next to you, seemingly out of thin air, you see a figure in a blue dress with a black veil over their head and this kind of strange crown-like adornment on their head. And you see she just goes, I've been here. You're not bringing this one to burn my books, are you? She kind of nervously steps back and giggles. Hey, no, I would never dare. In fact, actually, we're having a bit of a security problem at the moment. And, I have prior, demands that I need to meet. And I needed a trusted favor from a trusted friend to look after Mustang Strums here, and I think you'd be the perfect person for the job. And you see her head, while the body is facing towards him, swivels and looks back towards you, Mustang.
Oof.
Interesting. Is that all? Etzel, just don't let him out of your sights, and anyone that's not part of the guild or looks suspicious, just well, you know, Very well. I assume this is cashing in on one of our favors then. I was really hoping you wouldn't say that, but sure, why not burn through the bunches? It's fine. Yeah, that's fine. Well, I need to go. Mustang, if you could, you got a whole library of books to keep you busy. Just try not to leave, please. And if you run into any other problems, he reaches into his back pocket and pulls out a sending stone and just slaps it into your palm. Reach out to me. I'm gonna stay as much as I can in the area as possible. I do have to briefly go to a meeting that is of dire urgence, and I will make my way back as soon as it's over. All right? Stay put till
Alright.
then. Oh, fantastic.
Wait, before you run off, I think I ought to let you know that almost Veridan folk, he kind of threatened to blow this place up if I didn't let him have his way with my mind and things of that nature. So you might want to keep an eye out for, well, that.
I'll double the guard here in the meantime.
Just
All
give him a
right.
thumbs up.
Okay. Stay safe and don't piss her off. And without further explanation, immediately goes back to the staircase and begins making his way out of the guild hall. You just hear some murmuring as he whispers to a few guards out by the front. But as you kind of turn around, she has not moved and is still staring directly, like about 2 inches from your face. Just not blinking, blue icy eyes, kind of slightly glowing, staring almost what feels like into your soul.
That's not hard. He's gonna turn his head also to look directly at her, and he, in a soft voice, "So, what pisses you off, lady? Just so I know not to do it."
Smart. Don't get ash on my books. Don't touch anything in the restricted section without my permission. Don't leave your dust on the floor. And if you so much as burn a single one of my tomes, I will make sure that you never step foot in this realm or any others again, permanently, for the rest of time. Do I make myself very clear?
Crystal, but you might want to give me a
Wonderful.
duster. Set me up for success.
She slowly turns. Jorb.
Jorp?
Jorb. And you see this tiny little sphere rolls around the corner in response. Make sure any of his fallen ashes are brought back to him. But if he touches any books, alert me. I must keep my eyes elsewhere for now. And you just hear the little beep. Good, good. If you break him, I will kill you. And she vanishes. And you are left alone in this room with a tiny metallic orb.
Named Jorp.
Named Jorb. Which you quickly learn as you take a single step, it rolls up behind you to where your footprint was, and you hear a small little. Take another step, it follows you. Magical Roomba, motherfucker. Yep. Magical little cleaning guy as he begins to siphon the dust out of the carpet and slowly poof it back up into the air where it gets sucked back into you. But is there anything that you would like to do in the meantime?
Uh, he'll find a place to sit. And now that no one is around except for Jorb, who seems to care very little for anything other than his dust,
That's you know.
he's just going to sit down and stare off into the distance.
Okay. With a 1,000-yard stare. A few minutes pass. You're just kind of left alone in silence. Except for the occasional kind of vacuums around your boots. What's going on for Mustang's head? As you begin to process everything that just happened in the last half hour.
So he's sitting on the table, not looking at anything, but also
You're sitting
looking
on the
at
table?
everything. Sitting at the table,
Okay.
not on the table.
Okay.
No. Like he said, he had enough of edgy fucks for today. He's behaving as normally as he can, and as he's trying to not think about anything at all, but every time Jorb lets out a little, he sees a flash of the schizophrenic episode that Amos induced. He sees his time on the beach. He sees himself stomping in Belle's teeth. He sees him in whatever primordial lava suit that he was shunted into, and as the he keeps going, his eye starts twitching, and he feels his hand shakily drift to the pistol, and as he looks to Jorb, and then he looks back to his hand, he's like, oh fuck. And he stops himself and he puts his head in his hands.
Yeah. As you're kind of just having as close as a mental breakdown slash, oh god, it's not exactly considered early, mid, or late life crisis. You're just having a crisis. Head buried in your hands, you do just continue to hear the eventually, as you kind of look up and look around the room, you are completely alone. There is no door to this section of the library, as is just the stairs that lead up into like an open floor plan kind of roughly 50 by 50 foot library. Not too big, but you do see the shelves do go to the ceiling and are just stacked with books. And kind of glancing around, you can see there's two large panes of glass. One looking out behind the guild hall, which is just kind of leading into the center square of town, and one facing the ports, where you just came from. Where you can see there is a small fountain in the distance and just a few people beginning to walk slowly through the snow. You see some towards guild hall, some away. And as you kind of glance out, kind of leaning into that, you see glimpses of Amos staring up at you from the glass, and then you blink and he's gone. Rub your eyes as much as you can, but again, rub and sit against it. Is there anything else that you would like to do in your downtime, as you presume you're going to be left here for a while?
Take a short rest.
I'm going to take a short rest? Sure.
Yes,
Are you
please.
going to be are going to be attempting to take a nap, or are you going to be conscious and just keeping your senses about you?
No, he's not going to take a nap. He's no fool.
I have to ask.
He's going to just basically be sitting there doing the 1,000-yard stare, and every time he's got one of his little schizo visions, he'll look at it, but it stays seated.
Okay. About 20 minutes into your short rest. Undisturbed, quiet. Visions do come and go. The visions of the Revenant peep in, and those words just keep coming back to you. Never being safe, never knowing when it's going to strike again. Having that responsibility of staying alive and avoiding this creature for what you presume to be the rest of your life. You have powerful friends. You don't know if anyone knows how to kill it. And the people who do know certainly aren't going to help you. Goes back and forth, thinking about the strange Primonica that it had, the random bit of vengeance that seemed to be leeching out for your throat. And on the word vengeance, a few other faces come to mind. Flashbacks. One of them, Belle. Seeing Matic for the first time in a while. Only been, obviously, a few months since you last had any contact, but other visions of people that you've met in your past. Jackal, Belle. Some falling through, others disappearing from your life. And as you flash through each one of them, just kind of 1,000 yards staring out into the library. You can see the reflections of them as well, same as almost appearing in the glass. Staring up at you from the streets as strangers look up towards the guild hall. Faces of old worn upon them. It goes on for a while until eventually, as you're staring into the glass, to the window that overlooks the city street, you briefly put your head back in your hands, rub your eyes, and look back up. And you see a reflection, the image of Belle in the glass, staring at you with that sinister smile that you remember. For a few moments, you just sit there and continue to think, but luckily Mustang's a pretty perceptive person. When you realize, unlike the other images that you've seen on the city street, all of which were in front of you, this one's standing behind you. as you hear the cock of a rifle. We're gonna move back over to the ship. Tonight's the night where Dom's a prick. I'm sorry. Let's whippity doo dah, zippity day. My oh my, what a magical day. Duradon.
You're
What are you looking for, my friend? With that 20 investigation check on those bodies.
Duradon first is kind of examining the gauntlets, but he's more so looking at these bodies to see if there are any similarities to his people.
Yeah,
And
markings,
yeah,
tattoos, any kind of that thing.
yeah.
You take a look. Let me get the fucking Western music out of here. You take a look. As you are, as you're kind of looking over the bodies, one thing that you find out pretty quick, because with 20 investigation check, it's hard to find out the how, but you can at least find out the what. In this case, as you look at the gauntlets more thoroughly, the left hand seems to be normal, just a normal gauntlet, but in the right, you can see that same circular cut, kind of like this contraption that opens up the metal in the palm. At least in the blue one, which you chopped off the arm, it's still open. As to the red one, which was fighting with its fists, it was closed again. You can see there is a palm within it that is bleeding. And the armor itself is pretty hard to pry off of these bodies. But with your strength and a little bit of time as they're disenchanting the door, you pull off the head, or not the head, excuse me, you pull off the helmet. And you just rip off the head. Fuck this bitch. You pull off the helmet and you can see there is a creature within that has no face, has no eyes, has no ears, but bears a resemblance to a humanoid head, at least in its raw shape. And the same thing with the hand itself, slightly deformed. As you look through the gauntlet, you can see the palm almost slightly webbed fingers, large in their make, of course, almost double the size of your own, but you can see the contraption used in conjuring the whips. You would have to put two and two together after staring at it for a little bit, and after examining the bodies, you don't see any of the Bashala marks on them. And you don't see any physical signs of something being within the armor itself, like a whip protruding out from there. So you're only left with a logical guess of whatever it was these creatures were doing themselves. As far as the connection to your tribe, there was definitely similarities. And hemocraft and crystallization are two very different things. Manipulation of blood exists far outside of it, outside the realm of sharing such traits as your family, but without further delving and or researching of what the actual bodies are, you are unable to find out in this moment. Although with 20 investigation check, you think potentially if you rip this thing apart and took a look inside, you might find more answers?
He doesn't think that they have that much time, nor does
Definitely
he.
not.
Yeah, he doesn't want to tip off that he's curious about it to whoever comes later to discover the bodies. Because that might hint at who did this. Um, so he just kind of leaves it if he doesn't see any um, of his peoples directly on these things. He just shrugs it to a coincidence and keeps it as that.
Sure thing. Joining your friend and Slurday, Newman, and Aldwin as they walk towards the vault door. It creaks open, and as you walk inside, you are met with a, in this case, unusual sight. As both of you respectively come from parts of the world where being within a proximity to such wealth would only mean bad things. And as you walk into this vault room, you see stacks upon stacks of golden bars, display cases showing off a variety of magical items. And down towards the center of the room, you see a large chest that is currently with an outward lock on it, in which, as soon as she sees it, Loradane's eyes light up.
That it?
I think so. Remember what I said, though. Do not touch a single fucking thing in here.
I don't want anything in here.
Good. She turns and looks towards Duradon.
I'm just about doing the job and keeping it pushing.
This is why I like you guys. You're very simple, very upfront, and very easy to not have to worry about fucking shit up. At least not immediately. And you see Aldwin, as she says that, is not reaching, but just looming over one of the piles of gold. And she, like a mother admonishing a child, goes and grabs one of the spikes that comes out of his helmet and reaches up and just grabs it and just pulls it along with her as she continues to make her way over towards the pedestal. Upon getting within a proximity of it, you watch as she stops. Very mindful, very cautious, very demure. God damn it, it's stuck in my head. Get out of my skin. I love that meme so much. You see she stops dead in her tracks and begins to look around the room. Ghibli. As you get closer, I have to actually check something real quick. Yep. As you get closer to the main pedestal, you get 4 pings from your goggles.
Oh.
2 directly next to the actual chest itself, and 2 on each respective pillars opposite of each other.
Like these or these?
These ones.
These. I think.
And as you look over them with your goggles, you can see This is the same situation that you ran into a longer time ago, actually. Uh, go ahead and make me a history check with advantage. Just in case.
Ja?
Just in case. 13, okay. It's recent enough. 13 will do. Last time you saw spell pings like this, you were looking at an invisible creature.
Just in the psychic bond, she would just be like, wait. Wait.
Huh?
I think I've seen this before.
And you see Lordine's not moving. The second that she stepped up to the first kind of, the first major, what is this right here? I need to move to the side. There we go. The first major edge of the actual staircase itself, she's staying completely still. And as far as you know, Kipley, she isn't exactly looking in the same places as your pings, but you see her head is just kind of not wildly darting, but slowly scanning back and forth. Almost like she senses something's wrong but can't see it. What do you do?
Oh man. Well, she's gonna
Dirt on.
shift.
If there's anything you'd like to do as well. Oh, okay. I cut you off. I'm sorry. What were you saying?
Oh no, you're good. Kipley's gonna shift,
Sure.
and then she will move up next to Lorna Dane and use her blind sight as well.
Oh, how far out does that go?
I think 10 feet.
10 feet?
Racial.
Sounds right to me. Let me get an aura on that to see.
Yeah, so no. Blind sight. Oh, blind sight up to 60 feet? That sounds crazy.
To 60.
Yeah, that sounds.
Only while shifted though, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, no, we're not gonna have that up the entire time. Or get rid of that and assume that you can. Cool. So Kipley.
I'm useful?
I'm useful. Master has given Dopey purpose. Sorry, that's the first one to give. On a more serious note, can you please describe to me what Kipley's reaction is when she sees 4 familiar faces staring back at her for her blind sight?
Not the 4 familiar faces in this room. Familiar how?
You see, as you look at them directly, a glint in his glasses and a look for the other's eyes, recognizing that you see them.
Oh.
Immediately there is the sound of metal screeching as the vault door closes and locks. And you watch dropping invisibility all at once as Jay, then Tuft, Pearl,
What?
and Percy
What?
all become visible. And you see, as soon as they do, Lorna Dane immediately goes to cast a spell. And the goggles immediately drop. You feel the hunter's cloak drop. Hurima goes back to his longsword form. And all magical items cease to work as the second anti-magic field activates. I was wondering how long it would take you to get here. Welcome to your shit show, Lorna Dane Newman. So glad you could be stopping by. Ghibli, because you're standing next to her and Duradon's standing behind her, you can see a look of pure and utter confusion. For every step of her plan, for her previous encounter with you, you have never seen Lorna Dane more shocked than she is right now. What is going on? Percival? I'm a bit confused at the moment, and I feel some details are needed. You see Percy smiles. And he looks at you for a moment, Kipley, and looks back at Duradon and briefly glances toward Alwyn, not really paying him too much mind. There is a lot to talk about. Unfortunately, we don't have the greatest amount of time in the world. You see, I'm on a tight schedule, and I fear the longer that we talk, the greater chance of something going wrong with you is going to occur. So I'm going to try and keep this as short, sweet, to the point as possible. You are a very hard woman to get a hold of. And I'm in a bit of dire straits at the moment, you see. A lot has happened in the past 3 months of my life. In fact, my entire life has changed. Three months ago, I probably would have just hired you for this job and go separate ways afterwards. But desperation can change a person. And I'm afraid, unfortunately for you, it far changed me. You see Newman not fully walking and or going to run, but just takes a single step back, kind of eyeing now, recognizing the other two faces in the room, of which, Duradon, you're very familiar with at least two of these figures. In the form of Jay, who you previously had your meeting slash deal with on Mimic Island, in the form of Finn Tuft, who you don't have too many interactions with in the past, but you are well aware Finn is the vassal of Ada Drockhart, and he is also the one in line to next succeed her, excuse me, in case she is to step down or step away. Essentially meaning that he is already in terms of strength at the level of a sponsor.
Oh, wait. Oh, wait.
And also the one who taught you guys how to awaken, if you remember far back when.
Mm-hmm.
Who's Jay's then?
Who's Jay?
No, I mean, which is she with?
Sorry, I didn't catch that.
So
cut out.
he's Ada Drawcarts.
Correct.
And
Jay
Jay's
is the Vulcan of Evelyn Kroll, excuse me.
Oh, she's Evelyn Crowles. Okay.
Yeah. So you're superior. You see as both of them, Finn currently is just arms crossed leaning against the pillars, staring at you. More like staring at Aldwin more than Duradon. Jay is eyeing the both of you, but you see Lording takes a step back. I really don't like this side of you nor this talk. What is going on? And I suggest for your sake as well, you get to the point very quick. If you think trapping me in here and depriving me of my magic is enough to seal me, to contain me, we are going to have problems, young man. See, Percy clears his throat and takes a step forward. No, actually, I was really hoping that you would have turned down the job, actually. I kind of respected you in the past. To an extent, it was almost like teenager rebellion years. Of you going about essentially stomping over all of the current leadership in the world like you don't have a care in the world or care about the world or anything about repercussions. However, someone I cared about deeply died. You know her too, Maeve Dambala. I, on my own, could have solved how to get her out of hell, where she's currently being trapped, tortured, and I'm sure so many other things every second of every day that we are not helping her. She has nothing to do with you. That is not why you are here. I lured you here under the assumption that you were to steal from my father, who I still, in full honesty, very much hate. But not to save Maeve. Not to kill you for any personal self-gain, no. I brought you here because you are one of the very few people in this world that can save her. And he gestures over to Pearl. I really like studying myths, fantasies, all of the such. I actually dedicated a large portion of my life to it. Even that staff I studied its mythos, and I was going to be gifted it one way or another. However, he wouldn't give it to me before she died. But you're the wielder of the black blade of sin called Clarent, are you not? At least you were the last one to use it. I know very well that that sword can awaken people. And I want you to awaken Pelveridin. If you do that, well, I'll let you go. You're free, right here, right now, to leave this room alive. In fact, I actually will give you a 24-hour head start and convince the 4 sponsors, excuse me, I was about to say 3, but no, it was 4, that you spurned, utterly humiliated, and currently put out a death order for your head right now, assembling just about every vassal, Vulcan, and active or inactive sponsor that they have on their hands. You are welcome to refuse. Hell, if you do, I'll simply take the blade from your corpse and use it myself. I'm pretty smart. I know how to pick things up pretty quick.
Can Kipley interject?
Sure.
She is wholly confused as she just kind of her head whipping back and forth like at a tennis match, and she just like holds her hands out. Wait, wait, we are all
loud.
yeah.
Wonderful. Good.
She's like, we're all here for the same thing.
For a moment, you see his eye twitch. You see Pearl's gaze turn towards you. You hired vassals to help you on this. What did you promise them? See Lorna Dane kind of seeing that you spoke out loud goes, none of your fucking business. And I would like to know exactly what that means by all that fucking bullshit you just said. Because as my compatriot has mentioned, it sounds like we're on the same fucking side. You paid me 500,000 gold to steal this from you. From your parents, who you said was under high watch. And clearly you didn't make it fucking easy for me. So why would you lure me here, of all places, to try and make me save, what, your fucking girlfriend? Is this all what this is about? Saving an unawakened life from what? Imminent death? I'm very confused here, Percival. For a smart man, this seems rather fucking stupid. See, you're right, it would seem stupid at first, but, well, I didn't finish explaining, did I? Staff will help me get to Maeve and save her. You and your Black Babe will help save Pearl. And I was really hoping you'd just say yes and take an easy way out, and we could potentially be done with this, but... Well, you see, my father's a very observant man. He takes note of powerful people in this world and what they do. And he notices when they start to act strange. When they start punching above their pay grade, when they make bold moves that isn't like them, and when they go about sinking entire islands of people. Even that he might have let go. But did you know, 100 years ago, back when I was a child, a woman came and visited me when I was newly awakened, confused, trying to learn what all this surge of arcane magic and talent was. She was a friend of my father's. In fact, he knew her very well. An ex-prodigy. We lost touch over the years, but I remember her brief moments of being within my house. The gaze that she had, the presence, the way that she conducted herself, the power that she displayed, control over the arcane was baffling. Her name was Lorna Day Newman. Archmage to be. If she had tried to steal this, I would let her go. In fact, I would have given it to her. But you're a fucking imposter. Lorna Day never once called me Percy. You watch as Newman was backing away, stops, smiles. Huh. 100 years ago, you say? Fuck me. Wow. Who would have thought a punk like you had the privilege meeting the Witch of Westeros so early in their life? As a friend. Fuck, I'll give it to you. Applause all around. Claps, claps, claps. I can only replicate recent memory. What, she call you Percival? Little Master Renell? What was the chosen form of your putrid fucking standards? See, Percy smiles. See, I was actually guessing there. I didn't think that you were an imposter at all. I just thought something was wrong with you. Maybe you being controlled, influenced, or charmed. But thank you for outing yourself. That makes this a whole lot easier. My offer still stands. However, it's changed slightly. My father wants to know what you are, who you are, and in fact, he wants to study you. Preferably purge you from our friend's body, but in the meantime, study you. As you're powerful, I'll give you that. I felt your presence when we were first at Mimic Island. When I came in response to the call, I noticed there was a strange orb following around the party. The 6, who are friends of mine, even if not all of them consider me the same. And then again, I heard tales of you being around Portcliff, same time the party was. Even stranger than that, There was a sighting of you 2 months ago near Paradise Peak Shores. Battleship tournament happened around then, didn't it? Just want to explain to me why you have a weird, creepy fucking obsession with my late friends. Guilt. You see his expression drops from a cocky, in control look to that of still cold anger. So I either awaken your friend, or you're going to kill, dissect, purge me, as you said. That's my only options. You're not going to be generous. Give me a third. Come on. Old time's sake. You're not her. Stop fucking pretending. In your head, Duradon. Hear Lorna Dane. We've been set up, my dear boy. They are spouting nothing but lies. It appears they tried to catch a big fish in a net full of very large holes. Would you mind cutting open some more for me? Find and destroy that generator. Any wish you have will be at my command.
What?
You can respond.
Generator. He'd ask, you have any idea where it's located?
I'm working that out right now.
Let me know when you figure that out. I don't want to move before. These are...
Scan the room for me in the meantime. I'll let you know. And you see she immediately takes a step back forward towards him. And if I do awaken your darling Pearl, how do you know I'm not going to corrupt her, change her for the worse? See, Percy takes a step forward. Because I know when you read enough books and there's enough people saying the same thing, it's normally the truth. Claren isn't your sword. It's existed for as long as this world has. And there's tales, stories of warlords in the past awakening their generals, their beloved followers who devoted their lives to them, hell, even their family, wives, children. You aren't the one that awakens them, the sword does. And I know you are the only living person, or that body is the only living thing that can act as a conduit for it. Said they had to kill hundreds in order to unlock this ability. And I'm pretty sure no one else around here has that under their belt. Now, again, if you could just direct me, I would gladly end up killing. I think there's roughly 200 souls within the wall right now. All of which are waiting for long execution, which could be brought up to speed a little bit quicker under certain orders and favors being pulled. I don't know if that's going to be enough, but you get my point.
enough prisoners, enough of your men from the new generation, and I will eventually be able to unlock it on my own. But urgency and ease takes the cake. So you're going to do it or not?
Durlon, go ahead and give me a perception check if you'd like to look around the room.
Ding. That is only going to be a
14?
14.
Cool.
Yeah.
Not a clue.
Can
Looking around, there is a metric shit ton of items, some of which are locked behind these bars, others of which are out of reach on a second floor that you can't fully see, and there's no obvious one like the massive globe that you shut down previously. I'm sorry, what were you saying, Megan? What were you trying to say?
I don't know. Can Kimberly try an insight? Like, if... I guess maybe it's... Fuck. I guess maybe insight who she thinks is really telling the truth here.
2 different insight checks. If you'd like to insight Percy, you can. I think we'd start there. Again, it's going to be more of the do you believe him / does that sound reasonable more than just a yes or no lie detector.
Okay.
But I will roll for you. With a 13. Sure. And you're gonna try and look into both of them? Into Lorna Dane too? Sure.
Yeah.
It is hard for you to comprehend Percy's plan. You don't think necessarily that he would be lying about anything that has been said, but at the same time, you are unsure of what is being said, if it is all 100% truthful. It's very hard to read. So it is fully up to your best guess. Lorna Dane, on the other hand, you believe everything that she has said, which has mainly just been on the defensive. She hasn't denied anything yet, to be fair. You get the strong impression that in this moment, at the very least, she seems like she is beginning to calm. You do know at least one thing. When she said that she wasn't too worried about the magical device and think that if this was the only seal to stop her, that they were wrong, you get a ping of doubt in there. But in terms of everything else that she said, I mean, to the best of your ability, it doesn't seem like she's lying, or it doesn't seem like she's outwardly spinning any weird narratives that would cause you to mistrust her more than you already do. Again, it's very much a you're gonna have to form a whole lot of opinions on your own, as it hasn't been a yes or no, truth or lie kind of conversation. That's the best I can give you.
Yeah, I think just based on that alone, I think Kipley, I think she would, not looking at either of them, like literally eyes looking at the floor, but hands held up to the sides. I think she would step in between both of them and just... Yeah, I think she would hold up both her hands, just eyes to the floor, be like, all right, I feel like this is very tense. And I feel like there's a lot of power being, thrown about here. And I feel like we're all after the same thing, and yet there seems to be a lot of accusations going around, and yet no answers.
Kipling. You see Percy looks directly at you.
Her eyes are down
What
at the
is
floor.
What is behind you is not a person. That thing is a monster pretending to be Lorna Day Newman. Whatever it promised you is a lie. We are here to contain it, and she is going to help save Pearl. That is what we want.
Then why did Kira hire her?
Because I told her to. And you see, coming in, I completely forgot Kira's token. Where is it? Kira, who has been quiet the entire time and lagged in for the back. God damn it, Dragon, where did I put you? You see chimes up for the first time in this conversation. Percy, what the fuck? You didn't tell me any of this. You told me that she could solve our problems. You said that she could save Pearl and help us get Maeve home safely. Why would you lie to me? What is... I don't under... We paid her. I killed people. They're dead. I fucking killed people to help save Maeve because she told me to, and you told me to follow her fucking orders. So it was for what? So you could trap her here? Was that worth the dozens of lives that I put under the sea? Was that worth making enemies of Paradise Peak? You're gonna throw that all away for what? See, Percy looks over at her. If I told you any part of this, she would have read you like a fucking book. No offense, Kira. I knew you loved Maeve. I knew you cared about your sister. And I know your family isn't acting to save her because they believe she's strong enough to get herself out of the situation, in which I greatly disagree. And your grandfather, as we discussed, very much doesn't care to save Pearl at all. He would rather see her die and us wed, and that be the end of it. I'm trying to juggle a lot of things right now. I couldn't have you in the loop. No offense. None at all. It is not a matter of trust. It is a matter of ensuring that whatever this thing is, she didn't see this coming. Kira just looks baffled.
Duradon raises his hand, as like he hadn't really said or done much. He just kind of raises his hand.
While you do, I'm going to go ahead and give Lorna Dane another check real quick. No one's going to call on you, so if you're going to say something, you might as well. You see, Percy glances over towards you, but does not make note of you besides the fact that you're just randomly raising your hand.
While I raise my hand, I'm going to make a mental connection with my technical superior in this situation, Jay.
You are still masked, by the way, so keep in mind.
Oh, cool! I'm masked. Never mind.
Yeah, your identity hasn't been revealed. Kipley's has, but you haven't said a word, and you are still masked up. So
cool. Raising my hand, he'll be like, he'll say, kind of,
out loud.
Yeah, he'll say out loud.
Okay.
He'll say, to kind of direct it to Percy. So I try to do a lot of listening here because listening is very imperative. Um, a lot of your plan right now is predicated on her owning the Black Blade, right?
I'm well aware. Duradon Bashala, right? Excuse
Yeah,
me, you go by the Savage Hunter these days.
really do.
I know it's within your grasp, but I feel if at any time she wanted to take it from you and reclaim it, she would. I'm not going to pretend I
Try.
understand everything in this dynamic that you have built, but trust me, I knew she would bring you to this, one way or another. So while it's currently within your hands, again, no ill intent behind these words, that fact means nothing. And I know you've only just recently gained possession of it. I mean, you are in no condition to use its properties. Go ahead and give her another check while you're yapping. Natural 20. Cool. Any quick response from you, Duradon?
Uh, Duradon, I think in this moment, trying to approach diplomacy and kind of being little boyed by Percy slightly.
Sure.
Um, does he says telepathically to Jay. Um, he'll say, Jay, I'm just giving you the heads up now. I'm not doing any of this because I like it. I'm doing this because I've been tasked by our sponsor to do so. Anything to get us closer. Anything to get us closer to the island as she has requested for Kipley to go to. None of it is personal. Everything is for our sponsor.
Go ahead and give me a persuasion check with disadvantage.
Yay!
Because
Alright.
you are harboring the excuse me, you're harboring the notion that she is on the same page as you in terms of this mission.
Cool. Alright, I'm gonna persuasion at disadvantage. Cool. That is an 8. And I'll use my inspiration
Okay.
to flat roll this bitch. Alright. Papa needs natural 20 if you'd be so kind.
I was
give me
really
12.
waiting. I was expecting it. I was
No.
for a moment. I looked up and saw the natural 20 for the 32 that I rolled, and I was like, "Oh." You because this is she can respond in this, right? Because it's the
Yes, this is
ability.
like a 2-way. Yeah.
You hear actually two voices compete for your attention. As you hear Jay respond, saying, "Look, kid, I don't know what you're talking about. I think it would be best to comply right now. Don't make this worse than it has to be." And at the same time, Learned A. Newman says, I found it. In the central pillar, behind the box. The device is within the pillar. Break it. And this will all end in a second. And you see she cuts herself off. And there's a moment as you see she kind of stumbles back and begins to rapidly look around the room, confused. Except less confused. In this case, both of you can see. Unless Kipple, you're staring at the floor the entire time. But if you look up, both of you can see it is not as much confusion as it is fear. You changed your heading. We're going in a different direction right now. You fucking idiot. Shit. You're going to get us all killed. You gather 2 Vulcans, yourself, I, and Kira, of all people, in the same room, on this day, in this direction. Why did you change course? See Percy kind of looking genuinely confused. What are you talking about? Drop your barrier right now, or we are all fucking dead. See, Percy just kind of glances back and forth between Finn, Jay, and Pearl, looking for answers, none of them of which has any. And both of you, Kipley and Durdon, hear a voice in your head. Destroy that pillar right now, or you and your friends are going to die. And this is not a threat from me. I'm saying we are going to die.
Eldritch Blast.
No spells, no magic capabilities.
Fucking
However-
useless.
However, in this moment, you hear her go. Actually, 2 things happen at the same time, excuse me. Hipley. Mustang. Mammoth.
Mm-hmm.
All of you simultaneously at the same time drop unconscious. Uridon, you hear a voice in your head of Lorna Day Newman, and you hear her say, I can help you. But you're going to have to let me in first. Do you accept?
You know what? We leave many things up to luck.
You sure?
I can roll a d20 for it. I'll do 1 through 10, letter in, 11 through 20, and he's gonna try to rush the pillar.
Okay.
Cool. That is.
You know what I'm banking for, baby. Oh, how
That's
the
right.
fates love me so. You let her in. Duradon, it's your first time here. Everyone else, welcome back. As you all find yourselves waking up in a dark room with a long red carpet leading up to a throne and a woman sitting on top of it.
Long time no see.
Except this time, the shroud is lifted. And
sitting in place of where once a shadowy figure once donned the throne. You now see the face of Lorna Day Newman. Same attire, outfit as she once was wearing. Heels kicked up on the other side of the throne as she leans off of one, staring down at now all four of you, of which you are fully conscious. The rest of your party members are next to you. Remember when I said I need a favor eventually? And how you wouldn't be able to turn it down? I'm calling it in. Mammoth, Kipley, and Mustang. You all feel the same sensation. You all recognize the same voice. And you are all, without a doubt, assured that this is the same person. Same person that you first met when you were underneath Paradise Peak. First person who helped you again when you were fighting the sins of mimicry. And the same person standing before you right now in this very moment as the Monarch of Mischief shows a different face. Duradon. You don't see Lorna Dane sitting on the throne. Instead, you see a different figure. One adorned in a red dress. Shadows creeping along her face and body. Roughly 9 feet tall. In the same position as Lorna Dane is in. And still addressing everyone else in the same manner. However, as your first time, we're not fully under the same spell and effect as the others are. My magic is being suppressed. The vessel I wield is weak. I cannot break through it. I cannot grant you the same gifts as before, but I can give you a mere fraction. Mammoth. Her head snaps to you. You are not needed. Not here. Go help your friend. This is a gift for welcoming me in. Next time you see your grandfather, tell him I say hello.
No.
Mammoth blinks out of existence, leaving the throne room. Mustang. You watch as she turns to you.
It's the Strums. You're in danger. You need my help just as much as they do. Your favor is waiting to be called in. However, would you like to add another one to the pile?
You know, on any other day, I'd love to deal with you, but today I have just had a fucking enough.
Small one. Trust me, I think you'll want it. I can't give you the same power that you had at the Sins, but I can give you what you need to survive the bullet that's coming through your brain at this very moment. Metaphorical brain, of course. I know your situation. Say the word. Help will be on the way. You have 6 seconds. Hurry it up.
5, 4, 3.
Hey, can you guys hear me now?
Oh, yeah, sorry. I didn't know if you're just going quiet thinking or if you muted or anything by accident.
No,
so
no,
I-
no. I'm sorry, my internet.
No worries.
It always seems to know when it's on the spotlight is on
know.
me. I
Ash is talking. Let me be a dick now. Sure. Did you hear me what I said?
it cut out before
I
you
got you.
said. Oh, okay. Go ahead.
She said, simply say the word and help will be on the way. This will not enact the same favor that you garnished when you fought the sins. You
Okay.
have 6 seconds to decide. That was the last part.
Only if you don't ask me to do you any favors today. I got plans tonight.
Deal. Snaps her
Deal.
finger. Mustang disappears.
All right.
Maybe if a Mustanger just happy to be here. Kipley,
Oh.
you see her head turns to you.
A law was promised when we were making deals. We've made a law in the past, some you didn't even know. I have a long list of things that need to be done right now. You're going to give me partial control of your body for the next minute. It's not a yes or no question. That's my favor.
Snaps her fingers, and you poof out of existence. Durandon.
This is our first time meeting properly. I formed my connection far longer ago than I did with you. I cannot grant you the same strengths as I have them in the past, but I can give you a better fighting chance. I'm gonna need my sword back afterwards. I will give you a better replacement.
Listen, Duradon smiles and he says, I'll break your pillar free of charge, but the sword is no-go. Hurma's family now. The last I have left. And I won't separate.
And you will answer my call. Whatever it is, wherever you are. No questions asked. Final offer. If I point, you shoot. Understand?
And that's your final offer.
I'm running out of time. As are you.
Good. I think I'll help out, but on my terms. I appreciate it though.
I hate. Fucking hell. If you become as much as a nuisance, if you drop, if you go down, if you die, I will pry that sword from your cold dead hands. Do you understand? I am offering you a pact. A friendship, if you will, where we both win. I need you alive right now, so you turning this down is fucking stupid. Please disregard my words. I do not mean to insult you.
I don't take it as an insult, but I let too many things control me before. And the last thing I have is sanity that hangs by a thread in my freedom. And I'm not compromising either.
Duradon, let me reword my final request so you better understand it. Anytime, anywhere, I order you to kill someone, and you say yes. That is what you are good at. That is what you enjoy doing. You are a hunter, so agree to hunt. And I will make sure right now you can live to continue doing that.
That's the offer. I understood it. But I'll take the risk.
Then you will reap no reward. Snaps her fingers, and you bamf back to reality. Three things happen at once. Going back to the library. Mustang. You can go ahead and mark down a long rest.
Oh, thank God. I need to be one of those.
Mammoth,
Mm-hmm.
please hold. Within the submarine, as you are simply waiting for it to return back to the surface, you watch as your form dissipates into smoke, slowly starting with your feet making its way up to your torso before you poof out of the very existence in which you currently were standing in. And you hear a chuckle, a laugh in the air.
You're going to a standoff. Let's make you look like you belong.
Mammoth, you arrive on the other side of Mustang, within the library of the Guildhall, back on Paradise Peak, rematerializing, except posed to your normal outfit. You are wearing the child's version of this in-game visuals.
Yo!
He's drift out!
Let's go!
You,
Oh my God!
you within all purposes, also gain the benefits of a long rest, although I don't think you have used anything.
Yeah,
And you can also go ahead and add a gun to your inventory.
Yo!
Actually, I can add it for you. 'Cause
No
it's-
longer
it's-
in the
it's a-
pink
it's a-
suit.
It is a pistol. It is a pistol. I go ahead and add that. Ghibli.
Yeah.
Don't celebrate just yet.
Yeah.
You feel deep within your very soul. Two voices reach out at the same time. One of which is Vander Yondel.
Ghibli, I'm so sorry. I can't stop this.
And the Bone Mother.
Child. I can feel you drawing close to our goal. I feel you changing within. Do not fight it. Let me take over. If they seek a fight, I will seek to end them.
And unlike before, when you were in the driver's seat, you just became a passenger in your own body. As you feel the icy cold grasp of bone and skeleton beginning to cover your form, but not just cover. No. It's not armor. It's the real you. As you become the daughter of death in the middle of all these people.
Oh no.
Uncontrollably so. Duradon. You watch and you can feel as the small, rather harmless demeanor of Kipley grows expansively in size, bursting out into a 9-foot tall, stooping figure reeking of death and rot and decay. And you can feel being just within its presence that currently the man who fought a sin and won by himself is currently very out of place and very outmatched. And with all of this happening at once, we're going to go ahead and ask, would you like to end the session here, or are we all willing to go for at least another hour?
I'm all in, baby.
How are we feeling, everybody?
I'm gonna die if we stop here. I need to know what happens next.
Gucci.
I'm tired. I'll try to keep going.
Okay. Megan?
I'm scared.
Uh-huh.
That's fun.
Is it scared, tired?
No, I'm fun.
Okay. We'll go a little bit longer then. We will at least try and not conclude, but get to a point that will set us up for a better starting point next session. And I think the more dire one of the hour that will have a slightly larger consequence on both the world and on the Six. It's gonna be whether you break that fucking pillar or not. So we're gonna start right here. Duradon, Kipley, please go ahead and roll me initiative. As you are going to be going up against 2 Vulcans, Percival Renell, Pearl Veridon, excuse me, and whatever is looming in the near distance. Oh, excuse me. Almost forgot to add J to the initiative. There we go. And let me go ahead and add Lorna Dane Newman. Who could forget? Now I apologize for Slogfest, but I assure everybody here, we're not gonna have one of these for a while. Either way, no matter how this ends. We wanted big, and big we shall get. As an 11, as a 19. Oh, buddies, 16. Finn, 15. Lorna Dane. Oh, fuck. 7. Kira, 13. Excuse me, 13. Fit 3. There we go. Aldwin. 6. Okay. Before initiative starts, actions are going to be very important for what happens next. Keeping in mind, spells are currently off the table. Duradon. Are you currently making your way and or preparing to run for the pillar?
Yeah, Doradon was I'd written in the channel. He was ready to go when the confusion was happening with Percy. He was gonna rage and charge for the pillar.
I just needed to know the body language and intent. Thank you. That will greatly change what happens next. Because I am just now realizing, looking for my thing. I don't have the Daughter of Death token fucking here. Oh god. It's fine. We can use our imagination.
Girl.
Wonderful. Starting off then. Hey, Jared. Hey, buddy.
Yeah.
Just know I love you so much.
Oh.
Percy is gonna go ahead. There's no reason not to. I actually do need to briefly check real quick. I apologize.
I apologize.
I apologize. I apologize. Fuck. Well, here's what's gonna happen. Percy is gonna go ahead and cast Vortex Warp on Kira as his action. Kira's stab block right here. Kira Dambala, there we go. She does have pretty decent constitution. 23. So she will survive. She will, resist if she is going to try to. This is going to be a matter of whether she is going to or not. Whether she trusts Percy as an ally. She doesn't know what the fuck to do, so we're going to make this a random roll. On a, let's call 14 or higher, she is going to resist and stay. 13 or lower, and she will go with it. That's bad. All right. Percy is going to call out to Kira. And you just hear him yell, fucking A. All right, we're doing this. Kira, please duck. And he is going to go ahead at 6th level. He's going to go ahead and cast Lightning Bolt. Hipley,
Oh.
Duradon, Lorna Dane, and Kira all need to go ahead and make me a dexterity saving throw. I pray for your sake that you pass.
I can add 5 to that. So 18.
Add 5 to the roll. 18? All right, fantastic. 18 is success. Duradon, that's a 9. Would you like to use inspiration? Or
I
you're
don't
gonna keep
have
that?
any more inspiration.
Roger that. Does anyone want to give Duradon inspiration?
I've used all mine.
Yep.
He can
well,
have mine.
Seems like a get fucked moment. Sure. Sure. Allow that. Go ahead and roll one more time for me. Kira's Dex. That's a fail. That's a success. And Lorna Dane is a success. Okay. So everybody but Kira, funny enough, succeeds. Kira's going to go ahead and absorb elements to half the damage anyway.
Thank you, Brian.
That is 40 points of damage, have down to 20 lightning damage to everyone in that line. It did cost an action surge to do. However, he is still going to go ahead and stay right fucking there next to Kipley. Although probably not the best idea. He doesn't want attack opportunity. Jay, you did reach out. Are both the same sponsor, so she is not going to immediately attack you. Instead, she is going to absolutely end the existence of Aldwin. As she rushes up, she's going to go ahead and take free attacks with Soul Stealer. Name of her sword, by the way. That is going to be 1, 2, 3. Ooh, wow, she rolls. 27 definitely hits. Seven. 17 points of damage would be, but she does get her intelligence check. I will be very sad if you fail this, girly. 21. She instantly realizes what needs to be done to kill him. She is in fact going to shout that out to Finn. Finn is going to go ahead and rush forward, advantage with flanking. He is going to take... Yeah, he's going to go all out. He's going to make his normal first free attacks. That is going to be Finn's modifier much higher. Finn has a 19, a 16, and a 17. 2 of those hit. He's going to go ahead and action surge. Natural 20, 31, 30. So that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wonderful. Oh,
Okay.
excuse me. I didn't roll with advantage. Crit fish one more time. Got it. 5 of those attacks hit. 1 of which is a crit. Unarmed fighting style gives you 1d8 plus strength. 6. So we are going to go ahead and do...
Is Kippa in control of herself? Like, is she making choices, or is she just... Or is the
If you have any
patron-
reactions that you would like to use, you can attempt to do so. However, the one that is mainly behind the wheel right now for your main turn is going to be the Bone Mother.
Okay,
Do you have any suggestions?
she'd probably do Reap and Sow then, since it's the start of this person's turn. Kind of. Well, it's more the middle of their turn.
Remind me of what been a while.
Forces
since
all creatures at the start of their turn within a 15-foot radius of you to make Constitution saving throw.
Okay, thank you. All creatures?
At the start of their turn.
Start of their turn. Gotcha. And we're just using that one, Finn?
Yeah.
Cool. Let me go ahead. I'll copy and paste that just in case it changes anything. Constitution saving throw from our big boy over here is going to be a natural 1. He is going to go ahead and use Indomitable. We're going to re-roll that. We ain't no pussy bitch out here. 17.
Oh, just made it. Okay.
Is there a half effect or something that happens if they succeed,
Nope.
or is it safe? Okay, cool. Thank you. That is not me trying to turn down your ability. That is someone who doesn't know what that does. Trying to succeed because they are not fucking with that. 38 points of bludgeoning damage. Oh, wait, that's way more. Excuse me. I forgot to add the modifier of each one. That is 6 times 5, which is 30. So we're going to be adding on an additional 24 points to that, which makes it 62? I think. Right, let me see. 38 plus 24. Yep, 62 points of damage. Aldwin hasn't been healed since the last encounter. Aldwin is at 8 HP. Kira's turn. Kira is conflicted. Kira has just been lied to by both parties.
I have not lied to her. I just want to point that out.
Apparently, well, it doesn't decide whether she attacks you or not. It depends on whether she helps you guys or does nothing.
Doradon say a thing to Kira? Or no?
On your turn.
Cool. That's fine. That's cool.
I want to say yes, but I've said yes to so much. Yeah, no, on your turn. She's gonna go ahead. We're gonna do another roll. Luck of the die. On a 1 through 11, she is just going to remain neutral. On a 12 or above, she will aid in some way, shape, or form. Cool. She is going to begrudgingly, by no means, help you fully, but is at the very least going to give 26 more HP back to Duradon for
Appreciate it.
walking away
Nice.
and just standing in the side of the room. That's her turn. Lee. By all means, this is quote unquote out of your control. However, I'm still gonna let you control the character, so I'm not gonna DM PC anything. So what would Kipley like to do on her turn? Keeping in mind maximizing as much goodiness
Well,
for getting rid of Finn, Jay, and Percy.
okay,
and
so that's the patron's desire.
At this current moment, yes. Because Lorendane wants to help you, which helps her. These guys want to stop that. The
Okay.
patron got beef.
I mean, patron's in charge. So she'll start with fear and famine. So as a bonus action, force all living creatures not immune to fear within 30 feet to suffer a penalty to their AC, attack rolls, and saving throws of 3.
That's all creatures.
All
Not-
creatures.
Let me go ahead and just mark this down real quick. So here's the fun thing.
Mm-hmm.
Finn is immune to fear.
Mm-hmm.
Jay is not. Lorendane is. Duradon, unfortunately, is not. Aldwin, unfortunately, is not. Pearl, unfortunately, is not. Percy, unfortunately, is not. I'm just going to put little markers on your boy. We'll put... It's the opposite of fear. Fuck it. Solid rock. We'll put little castles on both of them. Cool. That's AC and attack rolls -3 to everyone else?
Everything.
Fantastic. Bonus action. Action?
So we can or can't cast spells.
You couldn't before. Would you like to try?
Yeah.
Cool. What do you want to attempt to cast?
Greater invisibility.
Sure. For a moment, the mind of Kipley doubts whether or not you will be able to make this work. And that doubt is correct. Can you go ahead and make me can you go ahead and make me a charisma check? Just your spell casting modifier check. 19. Fantastic. The spell goes through. You cast Great Invisibility, I assume, on yourself?
Yes.
Awesome. You do so? Any movement?
Yes.
You gotta move on towards that pillar.
10,
Where do you want to go?
20, 25, 30. Right there.
Perfect. Let me actually change the color of the aura so it's a little more
Right
visible.
there.
We'll change it to. Should do a light blue. I think that makes it. Yeah, there we go. Perfect. All right, end of your turn.
Yes. No. Yes.
Okay. No,
Sorry.
I want more. No worries. Pearl's gonna go ahead and duck behind this pillar, and she is going to attempt to hide. That is 24. Nice. Good job, Pearl. She's gonna whoopty doopity doopity doo. And to her turn, Duradon. That's you, my friend.
Gang, gang, gang. All right, Dordon. We still have Rory's telepathic bond up amongst us, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. To Kira, Duradon is going to say, "Thank you for the healing." And I know things are crazy. I've been many things to you, but honest has been primarily one of them. See you kill more people than you need to. I'm going for the pillar, and then he opens it up to Lorna Dane as well. Get us out of here as soon as you can. Do not kill anyone.
I will do what I have to.
You have to get us out of here. And Dordon is going to rage, which immediately gives him half of his movement speed. And
Yeah. Oh, that's right. You can't do that with a circle. You're gonna clear 50 feet if you want to get to the pillar and avoid.
Yeah. So
Pause.
I didn't have 40 feet of movement left, which can get me
Right up to it.
right. Yeah.
Oh, yeah?
And Duradon is going to go
Are you
all
using the
in.
greatsword for this?
Yeah, I'm using the only weapon I have. Funny
Actually,
enough,
is it still in the greatsword form? Excuse me, that's what I was asking.
the magic went away, right?
It went away back to the longsword. Thank you for. I think I was trying to remind myself by asking you.
Yeah, no.
It's back in the longsword form. Sorry.
No, you're good. You're good. It's back in the longsword.
My
form.
brain was trying to process, but failing to do so.
Cool. So lose the bonus, but we're still whipping. We're still whipping that shit. Cool. Is going to aim for the pillar and reckless attack.
Go for it.
Okay. All right. That is.
Are you doing Great Weapon Master on?
12. Yeah, I'm trying to break it, so he's
sure.
going in.
12. I actually have the AC written down. Hold on. Before I say miss it, I think it does miss, but I don't think it misses by much. What is the AC of stone that I saved?
2.
Oh God. No, it actually does have an AC. Hold on. Nope, that is a miss. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Swing again.
That's fine.
Swing and a miss. Also, you did rage, right?
Yeah, I did rage.
You took a
Took a
level
level
of
of exhaustion.
Cool.
Yep.
Thank you. Keep track.
And yeah, that's not gonna.
Okay. 2 swings. You're hitting the pillar. It's just hard to actually damage it because it is full stone, and this is a very thick pillar. Hee hoo! I don't know why I turned fucking southern when I said that, but hee haw, brother. End of your turn.
Yep, that's the end of my turn.
Well, Leonard Day Newman. can't do jaggedy fucking split. That is what a normal caster would be able to do. She's not a normal caster. She is going to go ahead, look around the room, look at herself, take a dagger, and she is going to throw it 20 feet. Uh, 20 feet right there. Perfect. And you watch as she's going to go ahead and use her reaction to swap places with it as the dagger tings on the ground right here. She's going to use her full 30 feet of movement and get right up to the vault. You know what? Fuck it. She's gonna hide behind Kira. Take it back. She's gonna hide behind the person she paid to protect her. That's her turn. Aldwin is gonna go ahead. He's got fucked up, so he is going to. He's gonna say, "I didn't know any of this ahead of time. I just want to point out, I am gonna attempt to beat the shit out of you, but this is in self-defense, I think. Please don't kill me either way." And he's gonna attempt to swap Finn in the face, as he is the main threat right now. That is going to be 17 hits, 13 misses. Swing and a miss. That is going to be 16 points of damage to Finn. End of his turn. Percy. Everyone has moved out of the way. Percy heard what Aldwin is weak to. However, he's not focused on that. He is going to be focused on keeping that fucking pillar up. Duradon. This is going to be my second time where I apologize for tonight. Percy is going to go ahead. Oh. I hate when I make strong characters and put them against players. He is going to go ahead and look towards you and say, Duradon, if you walk away from the pillar and walk away from this right now, you will leave this unharmed, and I will put in a good word that you were forced to do this by Lorna Dane. I am giving you this one offer, otherwise, do you have any final words that you'd like me to carry on? You can briefly respond.
Duradon is going to turn to Percy, and he's simply going to say, "You're smart. You should know no one wins like this."
It's not an answer. He's going to go ahead and use his action. Cast Scorching Ray at a 5th level.
At who?
At Duradon.
She will pull strings.
Okay. So, pull strings. Go ahead. It's on your character sheet, right?
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead and quickly read for the description of that.
When
Scorching Ray is... Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
when you or an allied creature within 30 feet of you is hit by a spell that only targets them, you can use your reaction to attempt to redirect it to a different creature within the range of the spell cast by making a charisma check versus 10 plus the spell's level.
So I will say, this is something that Kipley would have knowledge of as well. Scorching Ray has multiple beams. You'll be able to redirect one beam, but not all of them. As per the nature of the spell.
Okay, even though it's a singular spell.
It's a singular spell, but multiple beams of it. Because I'm pretty sure my creature spell it targets only them. By a spell it targets only them.
it's a little
the wording is
tricky.
the wording is indicative that it is actually correct as you said. I turned it incorrect because of it. Fuck. Yeah, no. That is word is written. That would count for multiple beams because it's a spell that targets only one person. If he attacked multiple people, then no. But he only targeted Duradon. So go ahead and make me a charisma check. You were looking to beat a DC of 15.
Come on, baby.
You rolled like shit all night, Kipley. That's a 24. Cool. Who would you like
Pulls
to
through when
redirect?
it matters. That's banking.
Here's my question. Who would you like to redirect it to? So I'm pretty sure you have to choose another creature to redirect, right?
Yep.
A spell within range.
Because it's...
You can target anyone in the room. It's 120 feet.
Yeah, because it's her patron, I think she would probably... Her patron would... I don't
Who would
know
you
who
ask
her
her?
patron would send it to.
Kipley can ask her patron to target one person.
Uh,
I have an idea in mind who she
okay,
wants to target.
I'll let you choose, because you know more about her than I do.
Cool. She's gonna go ahead and target the quote-unquote biggest threat in this room,
Uh-huh.
and that is 100% going to be Jay.
Okay.
Finn is strong, but she's a spellcaster in a room where no one else can cast spells. So go ahead and make me... Oh boy. Go ahead and make me 6 attack rolls, if you please. Just roll me 60 20s. I think it's way more fun if you do it.
Only...
If you crit on this, that would be hilarious. Cool. So a 15 hits, a 2 misses, a 20, dirty 20 hits, 23 hits, 15 misses, and a 30 hits. So that is 1, 2, 3, 4 beams hit. Now here's the good part. There was a secondary feature that he has to use in order to actually make this do way more damage than it should have. However, after seeing the spells redirected, he's not going to use that feature. Otherwise, this would probably decimate that poor woman. So this is going to be 4 hits.
Did she
2d6
roll a
per
saving throw or anything?
8d6. No, these are attack rolls. There's no
Okay.
saving throws. It's just
Got it.
hits. 31 points of damage. And that's oh
Because she
no.
also suffers a -3 to her AC.
Even with I calculated that. and
Okay.
even with that, she still misses. She has a very high AC. Cool. I forgot that he gets to add his modifier to each of these rolls. So that's oh fuck. +5, 4. So that's additional. That's 51 points of damage. Oh, good job. It's very nice. You see the bolts of lightning shoot out from his hands in a blur that only someone of another world could react to, as Kipley bends them and traveling almost around her, shooting back into the side of Jay. 4 bolts slam consecutively into her form, and you just hear a slight yelp of pain as the static shock goes throughout her body. As Percy's action, he is going to step up. He's going to step up to... Actually, you know what? He's going to go ahead and... 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. I'm going to step back with Pearl over here. He wants to get the fuck away from you. Go one more down. And that is Jay. Jay just got hit by 4 blasts. Is going to go ahead and attempt to punch. Actually, no, she's not going to do that. That's stupid because she doesn't have enough damage with that. So she's instead going to go ahead. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. And then she is going to go ahead and cast a She's gonna go ahead and cast it at 4th level. Polymorph. She's going to attempt to turn Lord Newman into a rabbit. Newman, with advantage, is gonna go ahead and roll a Wisdom saving throw. Funny enough, her Wisdom is fucking shitty. As a 4, that is as a 1 on the die plus 4 is a 5, and 4 on the die plus 4 is an 8. So Lorendane, who can't counterspell, is instead going to be forced to reveal her first legendary resistance. Finn is most likely going to kill Alwyn here. As a 25, 29, and 26. Aldwin goes... actually, let me roll just in case he rolls minimum damage. 10! Okay. So he doesn't kill him, which is good. Aldwin drops. Unconscious. And loses 2 death saving throws. Finn is then going to go ahead and waltz over right on up to Kipley. End his turn. Kira.
Oh, Kipley's invisible.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
To most. Kira is going to remain indifferent. He does have not blind sight, but tremor sense. So as long as you're on a surface that is shared between the two of you, he knows your location. Apologies. Kira's gonna stay indifferent. Kipley, that is you.
She is shifted. She will fly into the air.
Okay. It will provoke an attack of opportunity.
Okay.
As he was in the aura is going to be -3 as a dirty 20.
Yeah, that hits.
12 points of damage.
Okay.
But you do take flight.
And since it's her patron, she's going to 5, 10, 25. She'll go to there.
Nice.
And
What would you like to do?
she
You're looking for
is
suggestions. I have some, but what would you like to do?
well, so she only has cantrips at this point. She's used all her spells and she now has 4 levels of exhaustion. So she will cast Eldritch Blast.
You have 4 levels of exhaustion?
She didn't have another spell slot when she did Pulling Strings, so she...
Got you.
Yeah.
Sure, go for it.
Uh,
Is with advantage. Actually, who are you firing on?
ooh. Jay.
Cool. Is with advantage. Go ahead and roll again. 13, big ol' goose egg.
And...
Go ahead and roll second attack.
Ooh.
Natural 20. Okay. 12 points of damage.
And 1.
Jay, I know. I'm sorry. That sucks. The one time you do crit.
That's just, yeah. That's...
Icing on the cake.
Okay, that's her turn.
Okay. Pearl. Gonna peek out from hiding. With advantage. He's gonna go ahead and fire. Oh no, you are invisible. Just gonna fire a guiding bolt at Duradon. She got limited fucking intel on this shit, so she just following big boys. Or that is a 26 to hit. I'm gonna go on a limb here and say that hits. You
Hits.
reckless.
I did.
I need to remember these things. No crap. But that is just going to be bare minimum 13 points of radiant damage. And next attack on you gets advantage. She doesn't know what Reckless is. She hasn't seen a barbarian, so I'm gonna give her the benefit of the doubt. She was trying to set up advantage for someone else, but hey, they already had it. Look at that. Let me put this on you anyway. It doesn't matter. Duradon. Is your turn. What would you like to do?
Same verse as the last. Reckless and trying to hit the stone. He's trying to minimize casualties here. Reckless and praying to God. For the first time, minimize casualties.
Yeah. This is the first time for everything, Duradon. Hell yeah, that is a 15 to hit. 15 hits.
15 hits. Cool. Fucking apparently start doing ass damage. That is 18.
18 points of damage. Okay.
Second attack.
Slashing force. Okay. Dirty 20 hits.
Oh my god.
What the
Back to
fuck?
back? You fucking with me?
I'm so sorry.
This is the stupidest pillar in the world.
This is a strong pillar, guys. Respect on the pillar's name.
What
That's
is
19
its name?
points of damage. I don't fucking know, Gerald. Evil version of Jared.
Disrespect.
Is okay. Gotcha. It's 37 points of damage in total. 2 attacks.
Yeah, Duradon is going to expend a charge of the. I can't. Never mind. It's fucking. There's no magic here. All right, that's it. I'm done.
I'm so sorry.
Make it 4 attacks.
Do you want to hear the good news?
Yeah.
Jared, you want to hear the good news, Jared?
I would like.
I'm so sorry. Herma's gone again. And you do hear Atreus pop in once more. Duradon, you need to get out of there. That's the end of your turn.
I'm fine, Atreus. God damn it! You come back and only give me problems.
You go back to Lornadane. Lornadane is literally she's useless right now, so she's just gonna keep throwing this little fucking dagger around. That is another 20
Useless.
feet. Uh-huh. And 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30 to get some cover from Jay and Finn. She's going to end her turn there. Death saving throw for my boy. One fail, one success. One fail. Fuck you anyway. Percy is going to go ahead and look at Duradon once again.
I really wish that you didn't do this.
Duradon, Savage Hunter. I will ask you one more time. Is there anything that you'd like to tell anyone on the island? Captain Eingard, perhaps? Do you have any friends, any family?
Duradon, at him mentioning family, will not say anything to him, but telepathically to Kira. If I die for this, you better get your family back.
Oh. She'll respond on her turn. Cool. You give him a response. So he started blasting. He
Was that only to Kira, or was that through
Smart
our
man.
group telepathic bond?
It's your choice. You have a
1 through
connection.
10, 1 through 10, I say it to only Kira. Higher than that, I accidentally replied all to the
Okay.
fucking chat.
Reply all to the email chain.
Uh,
Jill in accounting is like, what the fuck? I don't know. We aren't that
it was
close.
only to Kira.
Just Akira. Okay.
Yeah,
Cool,
just
cool.
Kira.
Percy is gonna go ahead.
Oh, I'm so fucking stressed.
Just because you did not quite counterspell, but redirect his previous spell, you actually made him wary of using another. So instead, you watch as he pulls out a rapier, and is going to go ahead and bonus action Blade Song, and walk right on up to Duradon, who has advantage on all attacks made against him, and is going to go ahead and make 2 attacks, one of which is going to be a Booming Blade. First attack is normal, though. That is going to be 27 to hit and 24 to hit. On the first, going to take 10 points of piercing, 1 point of lightning. On the second, you're going to take 40 in total. It's nice. I don't have to subtract or give you different damage types because you're resistant to all of them. You take 24 points of thunder and piercing damage. Oh, excuse me, I forgot the D8. Ooh, 32 points of damage. So 16 in total. And as a bonus action, he is going to quicken spell, cast Vortex Warp on you. Can you please go ahead and make me a Constitution saving throw? That's a fail. I'm sorry, bud. He's putting you all the way over here. End of his turn. Jay's gonna go ahead. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Again, even though she knows it's you now, Jay's... You know what? I take it back. Take it back. She can't physically restrain you this turn or do anything this turn, though. So she is just going to go ahead and... Oh, she does have telekinesis. Fuck. She's going to go ahead and cast telekinesis. Duradon, can you please make me a strength saving throw? With advantage. Okay, you succeed. Spell is up and she is concentrating. Finn got his target moved away from him, so he's gonna 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. And then he is going to dash the rest of the way. Kira. Hey Jared, can you roll me a d20, please? Because you made this worse. On 11 or higher, she is going to act. On a 10 or lower, she continues to do nothing. Cool. She continues to do nothing. She is simply going to shift over here. Kipley, that's your turn.
Yeah. Yep, she'll go there. And she will cast Eldritch Blast at the column.
Go ahead and make your attack rolls.
1,
These are not at advantage.
2.
This is a pillar. 16 hits.
Okay.
6 points of force damage. Roger that. Pillars. It's still standing. There's like a crack
Bitch.
in it, but I mean it's a pillar. It going to take a little bit to break it. That's your action. Bonus action movement.
That's it.
Pearl is gonna go ahead. Start 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Action dash over to Jay, preparing for next round. Duradon. It's your turn, bud.
Duradon realizes he gotta get back to that pillar. Yeah. He has to get back to it. Duradon's gonna take the attack of opportunity.
All right. 27.
That hits.
Cool. I'm gonna forfeit that damage. He's gonna try and grapple you. Don't subtract anything just yet. Add it back if you did. Go ahead and make me an athletics check, please. You're strong,
Okay.
so is he. And he wants to stop you from breaking that pillar. You are looking to beat. Only an 18. Roll low.
Only an 18. I have to get 12 or higher.
Succeed.
I got you.
Tries to grapple you. You break free. You still have your turn. What do you want to do?
35 feet of movement gets me there. Your boy got a dash.
You can dash.
I got to if I'm getting there.
Sure.
Yeah, he's going to dash. And
Because you moved,
Mhm.
you do take booming blade damage.
Okay, gotcha.
Take 16 additional points of thunder damage. Half down to 8.
Yeah.
Secondary explosion goes off. Sorry, man, you're playing against a wizard.
that's fine.
Wizards are smart. Cool. End of your turn.
Yes.
Cool. You hear for the telepathic bond as Lorna Dane calls out.
Kira, I want you to listen to me very carefully. What he did to you, manipulated you, he made you do things that you didn't want to. I was upfront with you. I told you exactly what I was doing, why I was doing it. I made sure everything that you did was necessary to the plan that he gave me. I ask for you not to kill anyone if you don't want to, but simply protect me because they will kill me, and if they do, then your sister has no chance of coming back.
Brian! Can you go ahead and roll me a d20? We're going to be adding a +6 to this roll.
Who?
Brian.
I got you.
I can't roll for my big bads all the time. We gotta... 16. Oh, okay. Thank you. Top of the turn. Percy is going to go ahead. Walk over to you. And literally, while taking the fucking rapier and holding it to your neck, Duradon. You can stop at any time. You have your own free will. I don't want to hurt you. But if you break that
and she goes free, this is all for nothing. And she gets to roam loose in this world in a very dangerous body, capable of many things, some of which you can't even begin to fathom.
He needs
Clearly
to,
aren't listening to warning.
he needs to make Constitution saving throw.
And I have to cough for some reason right now. 13.
He takes 14 necrotic.
14 points of necrotic damage?
Mhm.
Not resistant to that. Hell yeah. He goes, I don't want to. And he coughs up a little blood and wipes it off before just looking back into the air.
This is what she does. She turns your friend on us. Would Kipley attack us of her own free volition? I don't think so. Why are you doing this for a woman like this?
And he's going to attempt to continue to stab you because you're not changing your mind. That is going to be with advantage. Oh, no advantage because you didn't reckless.
No. I didn't reckless you.
And guiding bolt got consumed earlier anyways. So that's just going to be straight rolls. Regular roll.
Regular roll.
Regular roll. 16, 17. Either hit.
-3 on both.
No.
Oh, minus.
Sorry.
He's just barely in the aura.
Yeah.
So both miss.
Yeah, both miss.
Cool. Jay's turn. Jay is going to go ahead. 5, 10, 15, 20. She's going to attempt to grapple Lornadine Newman. So this is going to be so funny. I want all of you to know this is going to be pathetic on both ends. Jay, not strong. Rolled a 23.
Oh my
Lornadine
God.
Newman, not strong. Rolled a dirty 20. That's still pretty good, but you are grappled. And with her second attack, she's going to use the back end of her blade to smack her on the side of the head 2 times because she's still got 2 attacks left. That is... she only gets +9. That is a miss and a hit. She gets big old 9 points of... Only 9? God damn, girl. You are rolling bad tonight. 9 points of damage to Lornadine. Finn's turn. 15, 20, 25, 30, dash. 5, 10, 15, 20. Actually, no. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Get there. Kira's turn. It's a 22 rolled for persuasion check. On her turn, you hear Lornadine. Just stop them. Please. Kira roll 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Walks in the center of everybody. And you watch as she takes in a deep breath. And you see her body begin to change and shift. Beginning the morphing into, once more, another young time dragon. Because the ability is not a spell, it should technically work under anti-magic barrier. However, enough rounds have passed for all of you within the room to feel and hear as the explosion of a colossal sky swimmer breaking through the top of the ship causes it to rapidly descend and plummet down into the icy depths below.
Oh no.
Still a ship, still cresting along the waves after a large dip, but the room
Mickey.
shakes violently. And all of a sudden, now that you are on sea level, the room drops to almost sub-zero temperatures. As Kira goes to transform and let out a large, let out her large roar that would get everyone within this chamber with another time stop. Skin turning to scales, her body beginning to grow in size, and you watch as she rears her head upwards, pointing towards the now somewhat freezing chamber within this ship, within the vault. You watch as no sound leaves her body. Only a cold spray of white, bluish mist. And you hear crackling as her body slowly begins to cover with frost. And within the 6 seconds of Kira Damala's turn, she is turned into an icy cold block of ice. Out loud, you hear Lauren Day Newman. It's too late. The specters are already here. It is not a pull nor a tug. It is a shattering as the vault door breaks into 1,000 different icy splintered pieces. And a lone figure walks through. Following behind him, see a second figure. As their boots clack on the now frosted over tiled floor, all heads in the room turn and shift. And you hear a voice call out. If you don't mind, I'd really prefer not to hurt anybody. But if you could move your ship, it's in our way. That'd be greatly appreciated. Wait. A druid. The other figure stepping up. A barbarian. As we end tonight's session, see these two figures, gray of skin, covered head to toe in frost, walk their way into the vault.
You heard Don say one thing.
What would you like to say before we end our session?
He turns and nearly drops Urima as he simply, in a questioning manner, asks, "Father?"
What?
That's where we're going to end tonight's session.
Fuck this bullshit.
Hey, Jared.
Hmm?
You ready for that solo session now?
I'll kill myself. What the fuck, dude?
Let me tell you, buddy. Let me tell you something. How long I've been waiting. I've been sitting on this shit for over just like 8 months.
Damn.
I think almost 9. But yeah, Jared, let me know when you're next available and free for our solo session so we can get to the bottom of this. I will say, for the sake and semblance of everybody's mind and time, this part of the encounter will most likely be handled within the solo session, at least a large portion of it. And
Yeah.
we will pick up next session,
Wow.
moving over to Paradise Peak
Fuck.
as Mustang and a Mammoth face at least a familiar face to one of
Do
you.
something.
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry.
I don't know.
buddy.
No, that's not what I meant. Like, I have no idea. I have no fucking idea what we're about to get into.
You don't.
I know. I've got no fucking clue.
Mammoth
I'm
had
just
the
here.
"I'm happy to be here" attitude. You got given a gun, a cowboy outfit, and thrown
Yeah.
into a Mexican standoff, buddy. You know, we have let chaos reign.
Yeah.
Uh, but I hope everybody enjoyed.
That was
So
good.
fucking
Yes.
good.
What?
When
It's just-
remember when I said last week how there was plot twist after plot twist after plot twist.
Stop.
Let me tell you.
Dude, I feel
I
like I've
was
been knocked on
stacking
my ass
bunches.
every session.
And also how I kept mentioning week after week, Jared, if you could update your lore and your family and get some art for that. And I was like, it's not going to come up soon, but like we might do a solo session soon. I might want to have it. Yeah, buddy. Surprise!
Why your
In all
family
fairness-
so pretty?
In all fairness, Atreus did warn you.
Trace has been trying to warn me for the longest, and I haven't been attuned to him.
So
I haven't
here's
been
the
able to
thing.
follow.
Here's the thing. You literally, for a singular night during this entire mission, including the 3-day trip when you were killing the colossal sky swimmer, any time during that, if you asked Herma to speak to your family, you would have gotten a warning that someone was approaching and that you needed to get away and go back to Paradise Peak where it was safe. But you never did, so I never let on anything. And then the second that you went on the ship, and I was like, oh wait, Herma's not in his head because he's not attuned. And Treyas knows what's coming. Whether they're real or not, whether what's going on or not, you're unsure, but let me tell you, shit's about to be juicy as fuck.
Is Duradon's
Oh.
dad gonna try to fucking kill me?
Oh, well, luckily you're not in the room,
Most
so
definitely.
Oh,
good.
that's true. That's true.
If you were here, probably, maybe, who knows? I'm gonna leave that open to the future.
This
You know,
combo goes
if you
crazy,
want,
though.
you can be here. I mean, the Monica Mischief would love having you here, buddy.
Whenever I become
Uh,
Archdruid, it's on fucking site.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you got another Archdruid right there next to him, so you can have friends.
Yeah,
Yo!
Uh-huh.
yeah.
By the way,
why
for
that
those
combo
who-
goes fucking crazy.
So cool.
For those who don't know, Atreus was given in-game visuals a placeholder art until Jared found one that he liked better.
This is the same voice that spoke to Mammoth earlier. This is the same voice that has been Durdon's head throughout the entire beginning of the adventure. And this is the druid that he killed.
Quote unquote.
That's Andreas?
That's
That's
Andreas.
Andreas. Give them the
Oh, and
full
Jared,
art
would you like to
that-
share your father's name?
Yeah. Let me pull it up so I can pronounce
Oh,
it
I
right.
got you, baby.
That
Let me also
is-
post the full images because the tokens don't do it justice.
I had to load up
Yes,
roll
because
20.
those are some
Look.
attractive men.
It is
Dude.
beautiful fucking all around. Where
His
is my
father's name is
phone?
Dur Donzier Bashala.
It's so
Sorry, Donzier.
That's
when I saw
fucking awesome.
Donzier, I was like, I just love this family. Duradon and Durdonzier. This
Yeah.
is Atreus. Let me scroll down. Yeah, you never learned his last name, so we're gonna wait on that because that'll come up in the solo session. But just for now, it's
Oh,
Atreus.
he's so cool.
And where my boy at? There, my boy.
He too pretty.
I
He
know.
is gorgeous
That's
and
why they had to
dead.
kill him.
Yeah, I know. Too pretty for this world.
Damn!
That is Durdonzier Bashala, my favorite fucking picture of your family. No offense to the others, they're
Damn.
great, but he is perfect. Love that man. And also can't wait to show off what I built. Because let me tell you, Jared,
God.
I'm going to share a doc with you after your solo session. I think you're going to fall in love.
Father Dearest is anything like he fucking is hyped up to be. Where's mom at? Mom is the only one that can calm him down. I can't be.
Mama! Daddy beat my ass, please!
Yeah.
Oh.
Jesus Christ, yeah. Durdon just doesn't have the same ruggedness as his father. They have somewhat similarities, but he's not as clean and rough etched as his dad, his old pa.
Oh. Well, I'm glad we squeezed that in the end. I needed to. I couldn't wait another week. I was dying on the inside.
It goes so hard. It goes so unnecessarily hard.
Hey, I'm happy. I'm happy.
Also,
but
what are we gonna do about Kipley? What are we gonna do?
yeah, no, Ghibli should be fine. Should be. You know. No. It's only 4 levels of exhaustion. You got 2 more to play with.
The daughter of death is out here, and
Wait, she
now
didn't get
we
a
got-
long rest with the whole thing?
Oh no. No,
Oh.
no. I mean, well, she didn't have the levels of exhaustion beforehand. She used it after transforming.
Oh,
So it didn't really,
yeah.
too late.
Yeah.
But Jared, you would have gotten a long rest, and she would have allowed Herma to change forms again if you said yes. So I was like,
And,
I respect you, but my man, we missing out.
Jared was tempted, but also Duradon. This whole thing has been like Duradon just kind of like following orders and people bossing him around. At first, he was just like, "Yeah, it's cool. I'm here to help Kipley. I can take orders to like help Kipley." But as conversations continued on, he got treated more and more like a lackey, and he was like,
Hold on a minute.
Wait a minute, I'm a free man. As a free man, I'm not gonna fucking let y'all. I'm not gonna let
Yeah, no.
I'm gonna let y'all
And
fucking
then
dictate what I
Percy
can.
out here being like, "Hey, gang, you hit my stone. I can't have that shit." Let me tell you. So do you remember way back when on Mimic Island when Percy essentially one turned Pride?
Mhm.
Yeah.
That was a total of 330 damage from 2 scorching rays.
Jeez.
Oh my god.
He has the potential of just 1 to easily do triple digits.
Oh my
So think, Kipley, you are even alive right now. Because even half of that, brother, you're still dead.
Like I said, Megan comes in clutch when Megan needs to come in clutch.
She really did.
She's
You
she's
can
just
roll
clutch
shitty
like that.
all night, but when it matters, we there.
It's just
Yeah.
fate.
Megan's dice, they work their wage.
They
More,
work.
nothing
Megan-
less.
They hate
They
me.
draw their tax. It's a love-hate relationship.
She's
No, it
Can't
is
believe
a
that
hate
I hate
love.
Percy
It
more
is
than
hate
that
love.
other guy.
Hmm?
The fucking dragon guy whose brother we fucked up. What's his
Oh,
name?
almost.
Yeah. I despise Percy.
Hey,
Oh god.
Percy
unexpected.
is Percy is a strong mix between a ally, an antagonist, an anti-hero. Listen, man.
He's just a fucking punk.
Yeah.
He's
He
got like, you know,
had-
he's objectively a good guy, but I hate him. He's just an ass.
He's
Just
not made
the
for everyone.
worst.
He's not made
This
for
guy
everyone.
love Percy, and like fucking Maeve loves Percy and would love him for this, but Durdan wants to punch him in shit.
I
God.
also there was plot twist on plot twist tonight. There's still more plot twists, and I can't wait even more. It's just tomfoolery out here. I love it. But I will say,
All
the
setup.
biggest plot twist of Lorna Day Newman being the monarch of, or at least the monarch of mischief inhabiting her body, I felt a world of confidence that no one would ever be able to figure that out. And I felt so happy, in fact, that I almost spoiled it earlier. There was a
Ooh.
slip up I don't think anyone caught, which is really good. But I think not 2 weeks, not our last session, but 3 weeks ago, when I was describing the original conversation with Lorna Dane and all of you. I had a brief description where Duradon was observing her, and I started saying "mer" as in monarch and stopped myself. I said almost similar to how the monarch of mischief's face looked, but then I immediately went, "Ooh!" So yeah, I'm glad I didn't. That was my fun little gift to myself.
Yeah, that's fucking nuts.
So fucking crazy.
Hey man, she's still crazy. She still made you do heinous things. I shouldn't make you do heinous things.
I knew
overall.
I liked her though.
but-
I do fuck with her as a kid. Like, and like Mammoth likes her too.
But my favorite part about doing this kind of thing is, now you all have to question how the real Lorna Day Newman would act if she met all of you, because up until this point you have met a fraud. And also, you met the fraud back in Portcliff when Lorna Day Newman was first introduced as a character. That was a brief moment where it was described that people couldn't hear into the booths, Kipley. But Lorna Dane, when she was describing herself to you, and how she knew of your group and wanted to do business with you, she used all of your first names, and she used Captain Amaral. And after the fact, you don't know, she didn't explain how she knew all of your memories. However,